Happy Saturday. It's January 4th, 2024. My name is Jesse Reichler, and you are watching Co-op for Two. If you haven't watched the previous two playthroughs of Star Trek Cryptic, this might not be the session for you. Today we're going to finish up the box and play Chapter 3. I should say before I go any further, these are separate chapters, so there's no reason you couldn't jump in and watch this third and final chapter of the game, but it might make more sense to start at the beginning, but you're welcome to join me here for the first couple minutes, even if you haven't watched the others. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Anna is here just for a little bit. I'd love to hear what people are up to with their hobbies when they join in the chat, especially since we start these streams 5 minutes early. You've got plenty of time to come in and give us a little update. Anna's been working on a second case for New York Noir. I've said I'm going to make a little tutorial on using the tools to build cases for New York Noir next week. And tomorrow we'll be playing our fourth session. I believe it's our fourth session of Improv New York Noir that Matt C. has been writing for us. I'm looking forward to that. Last week's letter was pretty serious. And then yesterday we just wrapped up the sixth session and final session of playing Razorhurst Blood Alley, which took us about 25 hours. It was an epic experience. I'll try to post a review of that soon. So we've been marathoning at a high rate. We've been doing live streams of gaming. That's going to slow down a bit in the next coming weeks. I like to do a lot of live streaming over the holidays. Now we've gotten ourselves into the new year. I'll be trying to catch up on some other work in the coming weeks, so things will slow down a little bit, but we've still got a little burst of activity here right as we start the new year. Anything else to talk about before we get started here? I'm going to have to refresh my memory a little bit on how to play. I was warned that Star Trek Cryptic was going to be bad, and that's because it's part of a series, and the previous one was an Indiana Jones one, and people said it was much too easy and not so great. But and maybe designed for small families or kids. But my experience with Star Trek Cryptic has been that it's been actually a very good puzzle game. Lots of interesting puzzles here and some narrative, and it very much felt like Star Trek. So if you're not a fan of Star Trek, I think the puzzles here are still very good, but if you are a fan of Star Trek, there's a lot to love about the flavor of the sort of storytelling. It's a very thin story, 3 separate little stories. But it's not really the story that's working here. It's the world building, the fan fiction inside this Star Trek world, which feels real, feels true to Star Trek. All right, so if you'll remember, we've got a book here that guides us through the puzzles and solutions. And then we're going to have to remind ourselves. So the basic rules are not important. The only little detail that was useful to remember was, what was the phrase that they used for certain kinds of puzzles here? Transport was this weird thing where you're tracing, but engage was the one that was a little tricky. Console buttons, phaser targets have a dotted white line around them, draw an X on each one. Unlike goals, you don't draw the path. Oh, that wasn't actually that useful. All right, so we have our transporter where something gets slotted in here. We've got our little chips that we use, and oh yes, now I'm remembering our merit points, which we need a little bowl for. And we need something else to help us keep track. All right, we'll get that in a minute. So let's try to organize our space here. I hope everyone is having a good 2025. we have our overlay sheet that comes with the game. And then we have our graph paper that we've created just to make it a little easier for us to see on the background. And then the rest of the box are these 3 envelopes for the 3 different chapters. So each of the chapters is a standalone little thing. And we've been through the Dorsey and the Euclid. Those are chapters 1 and 2. So we are done with them and their contents. Each one had its own little special pieces and its own maps for doing this little dexterity type game. But USS Radiant we have not opened. That's what we're going to play today to finish up the game. But then there's also the box, which gets flipped around and used as a console here. However, you saw what I saw, which is at the bottom of this box is some map. I suspect that's going to be used in today's session. We'll see how. Together. All right, is there anything else we need to do before we get started here? Is there anything I'm forgetting? I do remember that this didn't work well, so we had our own. And I do remember that we had a separate thing we were using here. Okay. Now we are on the bullet system. That's our system for keeping track of bad puzzles. So we'll start out with 0 bullets in the revolver cylinder. We have not encountered bad puzzles so far in this game, which is quite shocking. And they haven't been that easy either. All right, well, we're going to get started here if no one has anything else to talk about. Just a reminder, 3 separate missions. We've played the Euclid. Played all these little, it's a little story. It's a thin story, but a story continued. We were just like a chef's assistant, a sous chef during the Euclid, essentially. And then we got on the Dorsey where we were higher up, making our ways up the ranks. We actually encountered some interesting creatures, but then we encountered what was pretty scary, which was a Borg cube. We actually got into the Borg ship, disabled it temporarily, and then ran. And here we are in the USS Radiant to begin our case. All right, let me just get some tea here and we'll get started. I don't know how close all of you follow Star Trek. The latest Star Trek series, which is Strange New Worlds, is actually quite, well, it's certainly better than the last couple. And we are watching it, me and Rebecca and Chad have been watching it, and the new season is due out soon, so I'm looking forward to it. It's a little odd. I do not like the trend towards having so much comedy and stuff in these shows. I hate the comedy in the superhero movies, and I don't love it in Star Trek, but it's sort of done, the rest of it is done pretty deftly, and it's interesting. It's absolutely watchable. Okay, here we go. We're going to read about the USS Radiant and our last step in our voyage. Officer's log. My team and I were able to incapacitate the Borg by exposing their drones to plasma coolant. Once back on board the Dorsey, we could see the Borg cube go dead, all of its systems powered down. Captain Markham ordered a round of photon fire, but only one shot got through before the cube powered back on, its shields returning, albeit weaker. Captain Markham ordered a retreat as soon as their shields were up. She knew it wouldn't be long before the ship fully repaired itself, since it was enhanced by nanoprobes. Our ship was lucky enough to escape, but I now realize so many more were not. They are still out there, and Captain Markham suspects they will make a direct attack on the Federation soon. We need to alert Starfleet and prepare. So if you haven't followed Star Trek Next Generation and Deep Space Nine and everything, the Borg are like the big bad enemies of Star Trek. They are serious. To proceed to your next mission, continue to page 5. Okay, and then we got our rewards. I think we've been scoring at the top for all of these games so far. Here we go. Captain's Log, USS Radiant. The years since my first run-in with the Borg have been a trial by fire. The cube we encountered went on to initiate the infamous Battle of Wolf 359. Although the Federation was finally able to destroy the cube, too many ships and the thousands of souls on them were lost. The real story arc in Star Trek. Since that fateful day, we haven't heard from the Borg, and Starfleet has been rebuilding its forces. Now it's my honor to serve as the captain of the USS Radiant, a newly commissioned Defiant-class ship. She has a modest complement of 40 officers, but an important purpose: to defend the Federation from hostility. Rather than a mission of exploration, ours is one of courage and hope. May the Radiant serve as a beacon for those who need her, and a warning against those who would test her. Computer, end log. Okay, open the envelope labeled USS Radiant and continue to page 46. All right, this is where, if you're not going to join me for this, if you don't want spoilers and you want to play this yourself, you should sign off. This is a fairly cheap game. It'll get cheaper still as the years go by. That's how these Funko games work. It's already seems like a pretty good bargain, but you'll find it on sale in the coming years for very cheap eventually. Okay, it says open it. Open the envelope. All right, I've opened it. I haven't read it. Let's see. Anything interesting here? Starfleet Registry, Defiant class starship, launch star date, Utopia, Planitia Fleet Yards, Mars, Sol Sector, United Federation of Planets. We have a hunger of the mind which asks for knowledge of all around us, and the more we gain, the more is our desire. The more we see, the more we are capable of seeing. It's from Maria Mitchell. All right, so we've got these tracing things that we don't care about. We've got some very weird foam material. I'm not sure I've ever seen that in a game. I don't know why it is the way it is. And we've got... Okay. And some weird sticks. And something new for our tricorder, a DNA scanner. Interesting. In fact, it's a DNA scanner and something else. And then some more pieces here. Okay, so these are our pieces inside our Radiant envelope. We'll get to those when the game tells us. Now let's continue reading here. Damon in distress. While patrolling the outer colonies of the Beta Quadrant, a distress signal suddenly flares to life on sensors. The distressed ship is revealed to be a Ferengi marauder. You approach with caution and attempt to hail them. There's a short delay before a nervous Ferengi answers. "A Federation vessel, I am Damon Nor. We require ship repairs. Our systems are malfunctioning, and it will take days for a ship from Ferenginar to reach us." You catch the gaze of your tactical officer, who confirms the Ferengi's vessel's systems are down. "Of course, Damon Nor," you respond, smiling at the Ferengi on the screen. "We'll beam you aboard to discuss what you need. I'll meet you in the transporter room personally." When you go to meet him, you find the ensign stationed in the transporter room struggling with the controls. Step in and help transport the crew of the Ferengi Marauder aboard. All right, so this is the least enjoyable part of the game for us adults. but we'll do it anyway quickly, and we won't worry too much about the scoring. So just to remind you, it says 4 possible merits to win. So we take 4 merits from our supply. This is what's available for us to win on this challenge. This is our total supply here. All right, and then it shows us which card we're supposed to go grab, which looks like it's this one here. So we're going to try to beam these Ferengi. I forget what this species is called, but there's the Ferengi. They're all about money and greed and stuff. And you remember how this worked. We're supposed to trace this path. But actually, so we start out by overlaying it and marking where these white dots are. Okay. And then our goal is to separate these. Now, don't get the impression that this is what this game is mostly about. This is just a little diversion. Usually it comes after a couple puzzles every once in a while. All right, so you're supposed to take this, and now we have to try to recreate this white path here. And if we go into the red, that's a penalty. And if we cut into a person, that's a penalty. But the way we've been playing this is to not take it too seriously. And not take it too seriously, and also not penalize ourselves too seriously. Now, if you're playing with a kid, I think there's a good chance they might enjoy this game. That doesn't seem quite right. Maybe in there. This come out here. Okay, something like that. All right, and now we put this over this. No, we flip this over, and we put this over, and we see how well we did. So actually, we did pretty great. In fact, even if we don't cheat, and we often do cheat, it feels like we didn't go into the red. Maybe here you could argue. And then we didn't really go outside of the yellow. Maybe here you could argue. So I would give us a perfect score for that with a little bit of leeway here. Now to remember how it would tell you to score it. So you actually, to score it, you have to jump ahead in the book. This was the only complaint we had about this jumping. So here, Damon in distress. If you hit any red, you'd lose 2 merits. If you hit any yellow, you'd lose 2 merits. You move to welcome Damon, Nor, and his associates as they materialize in the transporter. Gain any remaining merits and continue. So we're going to give ourselves the full 4. Close enough for me. And if you were, to me, there's no real enjoyment in this tracing pathways game part of it. But if you were playing with a kid, you could imagine giving them that task to do. And you could even give a very young kid the task of tracing right on top of it. Okay, so we're going to give ourselves the full 4. I guess we'll keep these over here somewhere. And move on to the next mission, which is going to be a puzzle. Here's pathways, here's puzzle. 2 Ferengi and a Lurian arrive. Damon, for Nor, immediately slips into the sly wheedling of a Ferengi who has sensed profit. Since you're helping us, I have a cousin who could get you a good deal on any ship upgrade you could want. You politely decline the offer, but Nor is undeterred. How about information on movement in the Gamma Quadrant? I have an associate with intimate knowledge of everything happening near the wormhole. He has the lobes for business, so I trust the information more than I trust my mother. He continues, for rescuing us, I'd love to share what I know, but that would break Rule 166, never give away for free what can be sold. You remember a few of the Ferengi rules of acquisition, and use them to strike a deal with Damon Nor. Okay, so 3 potential merits to award. Remember, if at the end of the mission, if we get enough merits, we get promoted, etc. All right, so it's going to be, the answer is going to be a word with 5 letters. And then here, I guess, this is how the puzzles of this game have gone so far, in that at the start, it's not even clear what the game wants us to do. And so most of the puzzles here have been enjoyable in the sense that we're sort of, it always feels like you don't have quite enough information, but then it slowly, if we figure it out. So okay, let's look at this. We're going to end up with the 5-letter word, or a 5-digit word, 5-digit answer. It almost looks like 2, 4, 3, 8, 4. Almost looks like digits. You can get hints and you can check the answers, but let's take a look at this. What's happening here? This looks like the rules, the Ferengi rules of acquisition. He tells us what 166 is. That would break rule 166, never give away for free what can be sold. And then what have we got here? It looks like we've got the others, but this looks like it's just been torn up and we could just reassemble it in the order of the torn up pieces, doesn't it? So do we just, is it just as simple as reordering these torn up pieces in the order that they would reassemble? And then put in the digits that are on the left? So what's at the top? It looks like this one. This one might be at the top. What is this shape? Sometimes what you get free costs entirely too much. Time, like latinum, is a highly limited commodity. Peace is good for business. That's not what your profits can do for you, but what you can do for your profits. Never begin a business negotiation on an empty stomach. All right, so what clues do we have here? We can see the shapes that it's forming, and we can see the cuts. So obviously this one can't go on this one because we've got a hump here and a lower hump here. So where does it look like I am particularly bad at these spatial things? So is this below this? It's a weird shape. It almost feels like this should be at the top. And this is at the bottom because this black triangle doesn't continue anywhere. So it feels like this is at the bottom. And then, but I wonder if there are gaps, because it's hard to see what would go on top of this one. I don't think any of these would go on top of this where the cut is. So I think maybe we've got missing pieces. Now it says no additional tools are required. So I assume that means that it's not going to be, we don't need any of these things. And then normally we've not had numbers. It's almost normally a word. So I wonder if this is going to be the letter, like maybe the second letter, maybe an O. The fourth letter would be an E. Let's just write that out in case we can solve it that way. Assuming that these aren't digits that are the answers, which would be interesting. So if these numbers actually refer to the letters, it can't be referring to words because we know this is 5 letters. So if it's the second letter is an O, The fourth letter would be an E. The third letter would be an A. You can't see this. Third letter would be an A. The eighth letter would be what? An H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the fourth letter would be an E. Or the scratched out letters could be the letter that we're supposed to be using. So if we were looking at the scratched out letters, it wouldn't be O-E-H-E, but rather it would be 1 and 8, which would be an S and a S. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. S and an E. Trying to use this to maybe help us. What word would this be, though? It's a tricky word. Okay, fifth letter, P-A-E-C-E, would be another E. Fifth letter would be an O. Looking at the crossed out letters now. Then this one is a what? 2 and a 1. 2 and a 1 is an E and an N. If it's the crossed out letters, these would be the letters. I must be missing something. Should be more letters. Got 2 letters in the first one, and then we should have 2 letters in the second one. Okay, well, that's a reason why it's not going to be the crossed out letters, because we have a 0. Okay, so that's not going to work. Well, you could imagine something more complicated, like those are offsets. Start at 1, then move ahead 2, start at 2, move ahead 0. But so if that's how we were going to solve it, then we'd have to rearrange these into a word, which I am having trouble seeing a word that you would spell with those letters. And then if there's gaps missing, then it does look like this could be below this. Or is this giving us the order 2, 3, 4, but then we have another 4. That's hard to make an order out of that. This shape, does it look like this shape? The other thing is maybe we're not getting these digits to give us letters for a solution, but instructions. So second word is what is good 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is good for 1, 2 business? What is good for business? Okay. So this digit looks like it's telling us what word to grab out, not as a solution, but as a riddle. What is good for business? Okay, so instead, what is good for business? Okay, and now, given that, let's see. What is good for business? Peace is good for business. So that's the answer, peace. P-E-A-C-E. CE. Okay, so a little bit tricky in terms of figuring out what format the answer is and what the puzzle is actually asking us for. But in this case, probably we could have gotten this quicker. But this is a good flavor of the puzzles in this box, where you're sort of given this and you don't really know where to start. It's sort of what I look for in a puzzle, where it takes a while to figure out exactly what we're looking for. Okay, so our answer is peace. Peace is good for business. So we're going to look up the word rules in the back and then see if peace is the right answer for the rules one. The correct answer is peace, and then it would punish us if we didn't get it right. It was obvious Nor was hoping for a bribe of latinum, but I used the rules of acquisition to convince him that sharing the information for free would be good for his business in the long run. All right, so we got the full 3 merits. Since we didn't get anything wrong, I'm going to take those 3 merits, add them to our supply here, and we will move on to the next puzzle. Seeing ghosts. Damon Nor's information is little more than rumors about a group called the Dominion, a real adversary in Star Trek. After sending a report of the intel to Starfleet Command, you speak with your chief engineer, Wynn Taylor, about the repairs to the Marauder. Taylor says the ship is in perfect working order, except that inexplicably the engines won't power up. She's also finding strange ghost readings of cargo and crew, even though Damon Nor assures us there's nothing and no one on board. Taylor shares the scans on the next page with you. You can trust that Taylor's information and scans are correct. But after speaking with Damon Nor again, it's clear you've caught him in a lie. Which one of Damon Nor's claims is false? All right, so he's made 3 claims. Which ones of them are false? And let's see. Okay, so it's a little bit of a logic puzzle here. We've got 3 potential merits we can win. I'm going to set those over here. Our workspace a little bit here. All right, let's see. So the scans are correct. We don't need anything additional. Okay, the scan results are, these are the ones that are correct, or both are correct. There are 6 crew and 4 crates. Exactly 1 room has half of the crew and crates. The medical bay and the main deck have no crates. So here's an image of the place. These are just showing us the rooms. 6 crew and 4 crates. We know that. We know that 1 room has half the crew and crates. That's a little bit of an ambiguous statement. Does it mean it has half the crew and half the crates? That's how I read it. The medical bay and main deck have no crates. Okay, and then that's the ground truth. And then these 3 claims are made, and one of them is false. So one of them is going to give rise to a contradiction. All right, let's see. He claims the cargo hold and the crew quarters have the same number of crew and crates. The cargo hold and the crew quarter have the same number of crew and crates. On its own, we're told there's 6 crew and 4 crates, and 1 room has half. So that is not prima facie contradicted by this. We would just have half of each in the cargo hold. No, let's see. Same number of crew and crates. But that would mean that you couldn't split them. The crew quarters and cargo hold. Is that already seems like a little contradiction? But let's see. How would that work? If there's 6 crews and 4 crates and have the same number, 1 room has half the crew and crates. So one room is going to have 3 crew and 2 crates. So we don't know what room, but according to this, one room should have 3 crew and 2 crates. Half the crew and half the crates. But then if the crew quarters and the cargo hold have the same number of crew and crates, we still have 3 and 2 left. So that would mean, what if the crew quarters and cargo hold had 1 and 1? 1 and 1, 1 and 1 in the crew and cargo. I guess that's consistent, right? Nothing wrong with that. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. We should have 4 total and 6 total. So that on its face is okay, right? 6 total crew, 4 total crates. We know from this 1 room, we don't know what room. This is the crew room and the cargo room. So one room has 3 and 2. And then according to this, the same number of crew and crates. So we can just put 1 and 1, 1 and 1. Or 5 and 4, that totals up the crates, and we still have 1 more crew somewhere else. Okay, nothing really wrong with that. But now, what else do we have? The medical bay and the main deck have no crates, so we'd have to put these in somewhere else. Crew, cargo hold. No crates here. No crates here. Oh, but we're done with crates, so we're okay there. All right, what about transporter room is empty? On the face of it, that doesn't seem too hard to do, so let's skip that. But now what's this one? Rooms connected to the main deck have 4 crew. It feels like one of these is going to be wrong. Though I could, let's see. Rooms connected to the main deck have 4 crew. So I think that means if you add up rooms connected to the main deck, they have 4. That would be the medical bay and the transporter. So for that to be true, when you add up medical bay and transporter, you have to have 4 people. But that's not going to be this room. This would, according to this room, we would have 1 more crew, 0 crates in some mystery room. If this one is correct. If this one is correct. All right. So rooms connected to the main deck have 4 crew. Well, that would mean when you add up medical bay and transporter, you'd have to get 4. Well, this could be the medical bay room, but that would violate this. So we know it can't be that. But what if 3 crew and 2 crates were in the transporter? And 1 in the medical bay? That would satisfy this part, but of course it would break this one. So what's interesting here about it is we can clearly see that these two are in contradiction, but it has to be that one of these is, even if without the other one, is in contradiction with something else. So one of these is doubly wrong. We can't just fix it by having 2 choices. So let's see. If we just get rid of the transporter deck is empty, just get rid of the transporter deck is empty, then we can put 3 crew and crate in the transporter room. We could put 1 crew in the med bay. That would satisfy this. And then crew quarters and cargo hold have 1 and 1. And that was our 3 and 2. That seems to be consistent, unless I'm skipping something. Cargo hold and crew quarters are 1 and 1. This is our 3 and 2, which satisfies this one room has half. And then no crates in here. Okay, so if we get rid of this thing, I think they're all consistent. So that's going to be my answer, but we have to make sure that if we, to verify that we're right, getting rid of one of these others can't solve our problems. And that is a little bit troublesome to me. Let's make sure we're right. So I'm going to guess it's this one, but let's verify. If we get rid of this rule, can we make it work? If we don't care about crew quarters and cargo hold, can we make the rest of the stuff work? Rooms connected to the main deck have 4 crew. So I guess if we're getting rid of this top one, getting rid of these rules here, so then can we make it work? I guess this is, we'll use this card to be, this is the violating the transporter rule. So this is our solution to transporter rule being invalid. If we're going to get rid of the first one, we've got one room which has crew and cargo. Okay, so going back to the other, one room has half the crew and crate. So that would mean it has 3 crew and 2 crate in a room we don't know. All right, and now the crew quarters and cargo hold have the same number of crew. We're going to get rid of this rule now, and we're going to see if we can make it work with these other two. Rooms, so transporter room is empty, fine. Rooms connected to the main deck have 4 crew. So some adding up medical bay and transporter have to give us 4. But we've assumed the transporter is empty. That would mean there's 4 crew in the med bay. This rule says there's no crates in the med bay, so there has to be 0 crates in the med bay and 0 on the main deck. And the transporter is empty, we're saying. Has 0, 0. So can we make it work now? We still need, that doesn't work, does it? Because that would give us 7 crew. So even if we get rid of this one, these, we get a contradiction. That's why the answer is not this one. I feel like I could get sloppy and get this wrong. But okay, I like going through these things systematically. So we have, now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to assume all rules are correct but this one, and we should still get a contradiction. So one room, again, has 3 crew and 2 cargo. That's this rule here. But we don't know what room that is. One room has half. Okay, and we've got a total of 6 and 4. Okay, the medical bay and the main deck have 0 crates. All right, now we're going to assume, what rule are we going to assume is wrong? This last one, and we're going to see if we still get a contradiction. So we're going to see if a contradiction arises by keeping these two. So ignore this last rule. The cargo hold and the crew quarter have the same number of crew in crates. So that's, again, has to be a 1 and a 1. So that's the cargo and the crew, are 1 and 1. Now that fills up our cargo, but we still have one more crew to place. So it says the transporter is empty. Well, we know this can't be the transporter room if the transporter room is empty. Med, main deck, cargo hold and crew. Med, main deck, cargo hold and crew. So in other words, we have to put someone in the transporter room because that's the only room left. Crew, cargo, main, med. Crew, cargo, main, med. That would make this the transporter room, which breaks. So according to my calculations, the only rule that we can remove and get a consistent solution is this one. But I know this is going to be painful to watch, but I think I've got to do it again because I want to make sure we're doing this logically. 3 crew, 2 crates in some room. That's this rule. 1 as half. Then we said crew quarters and cargo have the same number of crew and crates. So crew and cargo, it has to be 1-1, right? That's the whole basis of my reasoning. That's because it can't be 2-2, right? It has to be 1 and 1. That's the only way to put the same number of crew in crates and not have too many, because that finishes up our crates. All right, and then we're ignoring this rule. Rooms connected to the main deck have 4 crew. So this is our key. We are saying that we're going to put 1 crew into the transporter room. So we're saying this is transporter. And then we claim that this is a complete solution. 3, 4, 5, 6 crew, 2, 3, 4, 4 crates. And we're saying the cargo room has 1 and 1. The crew room has 1 and 1. The transporter has 1 and 0. And the main deck has 3 and 2. Is that consistent with this part? Medical bay. What did we put in the medical bay? Nothing? It doesn't work, does it? Crew, cargo, 1 and 1. Crew, cargo. I guess we're free to put 3 and 2. Where are we putting this? The med bay. And then the transporter has 1. That means connected to the main deck is 4. Okay, so that's the answer. All right, I'm sorry for making that take so long, but I kind of enjoy doing these things systematically. All right, if I'm wrong, I'm going to feel bad. Does anyone want to disagree with me that the answer is transporter here? This is the rule we have to remove. Then it's false. Okay, let's see. The answer was ghost, so we're going to look up ghost, and we're going to hope that I haven't been too hasty. Okay, well, we got it right. The correct answer is transporter. If you did not have this answer, lose all merit. Damon Noor had lied about his transporter room being empty. When you realize what that means, you're too late to stop his escape. All right, so we got all 3 of those points. A bit belabored it a bit. But you can see why the game motivates you, though, to be careful. Most of these games, you sort of check the answer, and if you're wrong, you get to try again. This game, however, says, here are your merit points. If you guess wrong, those are gone, period. You only get one shot, so it does make me a little paranoid about this stuff. All right, next puzzle. Oh, it's not a puzzle. It's a little pathway. All right, we'll do the pathway. We'll take a break. The lithium double cross. Damon Noor and his crew, which is in fact much larger than you registered, have already beamed off the Radiant. You immediately call for red alert, but a phaser blast hits main engineering before the shields can go up. You ask for casualties and are relieved to hear none. Lieutenant Commander Royce, your first officer, shouts for your attention. Captain, the Ferengi ship is gone. They stole our dilithium crystals. The Radiant is dead in the water until we can get the engines repaired and another supply of dilithium. You lead an away team to take a shuttlecraft to the nearest dilithium crystal deposit. Although rare, planets with the mineral have a specific pattern. Use your stellar cartography to identify the dilithium deposit pattern and which planet is your goal. Using stellar cartography, identify which planet matches the dilithium deposit panel. That planet is your goal. Interact with that planet. Avoid the large dark space anomaly. Avoid the local planetoids. Okay, so it sounds more interesting than it is, but okay, let's get out this card. Okay, so actually, it's a little bit of a little mini puzzle here, a tiny bit. All right, let's get our stuff prepared here. Oh, that was from last time. All right, so there's our starting point. This little dot here, that's our shuttlecraft. And now it says our goal, normally we'd be told exactly where we're supposed to go, but it's saying we have to figure it out. So what are we having to figure out here? What's my thing? What's the pattern we're looking for? This is the part for kids, I guess. The goal planet has a dilithium deposit, which looks like this. It looks like a foot kicking a soccer ball and then a little dot at the end. But are we supposed to use something else? Clear screen. It says, using stellar cartography, identify which planet matches the dilithium. So how? That's not this, is it? Doesn't seem like it's telling us we need anything else. But we do have a couple of sheets here. No, this is clearly for some other puzzle. All right, so somehow we have to find this pattern. All right, well, look at it. I guess it's saying that if you look at this whole thing, it's not planets with rings, so it's not this one here. It's not planets with 2 moons. That looks like this one here. It's not planet with 1 moon. That's this one here. And now with the remainder that have no moons, we're supposed to be looking for a pattern. Okay, it's not this little black hole thing. That doesn't have a pattern. So we should be looking if it's this one. Is this one? I guess it's going to be rotated a bit. So we're looking for these 3. That's an M-class planet. That's going to be our Earth, probably. So I think this is not going to match this. That's the landmass. Here is all over the place. So I think that's going to be our M-class planet. And then speckled we don't want. So let's see. Where's our speckled? Is this speckled? Yes, there's speckled. That matches that. So then, does that leave us with 2 candidates? This one or this one? Uh, hmm. Well, I'm a little confused. How do we decide between those two? Like we can rule out everything. Oh, volcanic. I see, volcanic. I almost missed this one here. Okay, there's volcanic. Well, this is clearly the red fire volcanic. Okay, so that leaves us just with this one. That's our dilithium. Okay, so we've ruled out all the other places. And we're left with this one. So this is our goal. So we overlay this. We put a little thing here. This is where we want to end up. And now we have to avoid the other stuff. This doesn't look too bad. It looks like we maybe will plot a course. I think we plot a course right at the edge up through here. Seems like the smart way to do it. In fact, we can almost go straight across. All right, let's be clever. Let's go up this edge. Seems like the smart thing to do would be go here, but I think the clever way to do it is just reach that edge there. We're gonna cheat the system. Let's see if it's gonna let us do that. But all right, so I'm just gonna go like straight path right to the edge. I'm gonna go right up. Just make a right turn right into here. All right. Let's see if it likes that. All right. It's good piloting skills. We went right around it. That's an interesting one. I guess most of it was just having you identify that, but we did get it right. And if we didn't crash into the black hole and we avoided all the other stuff, God help you if you tried to get up to there. All right. So, I mean, you might look at that and you might say, that's not particularly fun, but I guess it depends on your age. I find it doesn't bother me as a break from the puzzles. And especially if you're teaming up with a young kid. But all right, let's take a break. We'll get back to the next puzzle. But you can see there's a lot for us to do. Well, actually, those are the answers. There isn't that much left for us to do. Okay. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back enjoying a nice, peaceful game of Star Trek Cryptic. We just solved the dilithium double cross. We plotted our path to the planet to get dilithium, so we need to collect our 3 merit points since we didn't get any penalty and stack them up in our pile of promotion chips. And move on to the next page, which is a little encounter called Crystal Clear. Maybe we should start, since it's so easy to forget this, by assigning the 3 merit points that are available for us to win here. Crystal Clear. The team collects 5 dilithium crystals and heads back to the Radiant. You're eager to pursue the Ferengi Marauder, but engineering still needs to find which crystals have compatible matrices and will create a safe containment channel before installing them into the warp core. Find the pair of crystals that create a complete channel, ensuring safe matter-antimatter containment. So we need the dilithium crystals, which were given in this bag here. Okay. So we've got 5 dilithium crystals. Maybe we'll lay them out here. Looks like they should match. They're double-sided and they're not the same on each side. They've got little color things. They've got some words too. What do those words say? It's just a trademark. Okay. So they're not the same. Feels like one side has a little dot. I guess they don't really match these. These are just more arbitrary. Okay, these are like real crystals. These others have a little bit of a maze on them. All right, what does it want us to do? Find the pair that create a complete channel. Square, triangle, cross, circle. Kind of feels like it wants us to always start with the star and combine that with one other. Is there any more stars on any of these? No, this is the only one and the only side that has a star. It seems like, okay, and then if we turn these over, we've got a circle, red circle, which matches that one there. A purple square, which is here. And this one is our orange triangle, and this one's going to be our green plus. Okay. So we know it's going to be this one, and we're just going to combine it with another one. And it sounds like we just have to make them connect, but maybe we're going to be doing something clever like this. Combining these and then trying to draw a path, so that didn't quite work. Although you could imagine that you could actually go over the top. But let's just see if we have a simpler way to do it. All right, now let's try the triangle. Okay. So this one doesn't quite work unless we're allowed to go like off this edge and then come here, which I'm thinking maybe we are, because how else are we going to connect this star to anything? Yeah, we're going to have to go off the edge no matter who we connect to. All right, let's try again now. We connect this like this. So with this one, I guess we could go here. But then what? Then we flip this over, go up, go around, and then we're in trouble. Unless we allow ourselves to go across, then up, then could we go around? So interesting because it's like you could keep going. Let's try. I don't think that's the right one. Let's try this triangle and see if we can make sense of how you would do this. So what would happen? You'd go across onto this guy, and then what? Flip it, and then back up and go here, 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 across to here. Then what? Go across here. I think we're stuck at that point. A little weird. Let's try again. So is this one letting us go here? And then flip it and come back? No way to get back here without going around it, which I haven't ruled out. I'm just trying to do it without doing that first. Okay, let's try this one. So we start here. Maybe it's better if we don't really need this anymore. Let's try it this way. All right, so you start at the star, I assume. You go here, then do we flip it open and go backwards? Where would we go then? Can't really do this without wrapping around up and down. All right, let's try this one. Do we go here? Then we're stuck. Okay, let's put this one aside for now. Let's try this green, allowing ourselves to go up to wrap around. So we go here, then we flip, and what? We go here and flip. We go onto this one. We have to go down here or here. I guess we could do either of them if we go here. Okay, this one doesn't help us, but this one we could go here. We could go here. That doesn't really line up. Maybe this one's invalid too. Try this one again. So we go here, then we flip. Now we're here. We could go up here or we could go through here. Let me see if we could go this way. All right, we can't go this way, but we could go this way. And if we go that way and we flip, we end up here, which gets us to the purple. I think this is going to be our answer here. That we go across, then we flip, get us to the purple square. All right, so I believe this is going to be our answer. I guess I could try the same thing with the triangle and see if we can't rule out that possibility. Let's try it with our last one, the triangle. All right, go across here. You must flip, which gets you to here, and then you're stuck. Although you could go this way, you're still stuck. Okay, well, that's my answer then. The purple square are the two that are compatible. It's really the only way to connect these two like this. You could connect it this way. Is there any difference though? Let me see here for a second. Is that different than this? No, it's not, because you're allowing yourself to turn it. Okay, well, that's my answer. Let's see if it's wrong. If it's wrong, then we'll have to reevaluate. All right, so I claim it's square. We're going to look up matrix. We're going to look up the word pair and see if it's square. Does anyone disagree, though? I'm not 100% convinced just because I'm not sure 100% what the rules are here, but that's my claim, that the answer to pair is square. Let's see if this is going to be the first one we get wrong. Whoa, we're wrong. Wow, we're wrong. I'm wrong. That's the first puzzle I think we've been wrong about. I think I've been wrong about. So how did I get that wrong? What did I misunderstand about the rules of this game? This might be the first bullet that this puzzle game gets. Let's see if we can, let's work with the cross and see if we can understand it. And maybe we'll look at the hints. So I suppose that maybe it does matter which orientation I do it, but okay. So we go here, which gets us onto this. We have to flip it, which gets us down here. We have to flip it, which gets us here. We could go across either of these. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't really see it. Let's look at what the hint is for matrix. You fit each pair of crystals together and follow the channel from the shape on one to the shape on the other. Only one pair creates a safe, unbroken channel. Huh. I don't get it. I don't get it. Is it saying there's a different... I don't get it. The hint doesn't really help. You attached it this way, and it really doesn't make sense. Does anyone get it? How does it want us to do this? We go. It doesn't even talk about flipping them or anything, but I don't really get it. Well, I don't know what to tell you here, except I'm going to give us a bad puzzle thing. Not because we're wrong, but because the answer doesn't explain it, and the hint doesn't give us any guidance. All right, well, we didn't get these points. We lost them. I feel a little bitter about that. It doesn't quite seem fair to me. I don't get it. Maybe we'll come back to this puzzle at the end. Maybe someone in the channel can explain, although that's one of those puzzles that seems like it might be hard to explain. Yeah, I don't get it. All right. Well, the first actually what I consider a bad puzzle. Why do I say that's a bad puzzle? Because it feels like there are multiple interpretations of the rules, and we followed one and got an answer. So that's not what you want out of a puzzle. You don't want there to be multiple things, but how strange. Okay. All right. Well, let's not worry about it. That's my rule to keep me from getting angry. One bad puzzle does not ruin a game. Needle in a haystack. Repairs complete, warp engines are online, and your crew are as anxious as you are to catch the thieves. Wait, did we read the story that goes with this? Looking up pair. Okay, we got it wrong, but I stopped reading when we got it wrong. You confirm the best pair of crystals. Chief Taylor uses them to get the warp drive back online and reports that the Radiant is ready to go. I have a feeling I think this warp drive's going to explode. But all right, it's a good thing we're not in engineering. Repairs are complete, warp engines are online, and your crew are as anxious as you are to catch the thieves. But first you need to figure out where Damon Noor is heading. Your stellar cartography and science teams believe they can track the Ferengi Marauder using its warp signature. The signature changes colors as it passes neighboring stars, which should help you determine Noor's destination. Use the transparent star charts to find the ship's intended coordinates and confirm where Damon Noor is heading. So this is where it wants us to use these. It looks like red, yellow, and blue, which are going to combine, I guess. All right, so we need 3 star charts, and we need the box and top and bottom. Okay, so we're finally using the box and bottom. That is interesting. And 3 potential merits are going to be awarded here. Okay, well, this is going to be a little tricky to do on screen, but we'll see if we can do it. So we have to figure out where he's headed, and we need the box top and bottom to do it. All right. Well, this may be tricky, but let's see if let's at least take a look at it because this is pretty cool. It seems to suggest that we need both of these to solve this puzzle. Box top and bottom, it says. So the quadrant map is here and the view screen is here. So we're looking out our view screen and here's where we're going. And the answer is going to be one of these 4 places. Auresha, Polaris, Nausicaa, or Starbase 621. So those places are here. There's Polaris, a blue one. There's Nausicaa, a red one. There's Starbase 621, another red one. And Auretia is where? Here. So maybe we'll put little markers here to help us keep track of what one of these is going to be our answer. There's Auretia, there's 621. There's Nausicaa down here. And Belarus is there. Those are our 4 candidate answers. And then I see we've got orange, green, and looks like purple here. So you could imagine red and blue make purple, yellow and red make orange, and blue and red make green. Is that how it works? I'm not quite sure what part of the puzzle that is. So we need to find the ship's intended coordinates and confirm where he's going. So let's look at these again. There are things on here. Like this blue looks like a directional thing. Great. This one's curved and this one's this, but this may be the location of dots, stars. So I wonder if well, let's see. If we combine the red and the blue to make purple, and we put it over the purple, what does that get us? What does that tell us? Nothing that I can think of. What is going on here with all of this? Not even relevant for us? And if we put blue on blue, so we've got blue, yellows, and reds. If we put, we don't have any red location. We've got, oh, Borealis. But if we put blue here, that would be the end destination though. But where are we starting from? This is sure strange. And then these can be reversed, I guess. So even if you wanted them like this, you could even do it this way. Red and yellow, like orange. I do see, oh, that's tricky. Like we do see movements here. This is exactly that same flavor of it's not clear how to do the puzzle. Use the star charts to find the ship's intended coordinates and confirm where he's headed. So there are coordinates here. Whoops. There are coordinates. They go from 0 to 48. Let me put these back. Starbase 621. There's one more, right? Should there be 4? Auretia. Did I not put one out for Auretia here? So if we had a coordinate number, we could look it up here. I wonder if this is one of these things where we're going to get a number written out by combining these shapes. Like, are we going to get a 3 here? Is that what's going to happen? Is that what's going to happen? That is a pretty rough 3. But I wonder, like yellow and red make orange. Is that a 3? And then blue and red make purple. That's going to be a 2. And then red. What if we got red and blue? Red and blue made purple. Blue and yellow make green. What number is that? A 7? 327. Unless, yeah, blue and yellow make green. Okay, assuming that that is the 7. But we really, yes, okay, so I think 327. So some combination of 327 is going to give us coordinates. Either 327 or 327. 327 or 327. Okay, let me remove these. All right, so let's take a look at this box here. So you can see along the edge, it goes from 0 to 48. 0 is here to 48. So if it's 32.7, here's our, where is our 32? 35. Actually, I see now that this side goes from 35 to 48, and so does this side. So that's one dimension, and the other dimension just goes from 1 to 13, and again from 0 to 13, 0 to 13. Okay, so then that seems like we've got a problem because there's no 27s. There's no 27. I do think we're on the right path here, but we must be doing something a little bit wrong with the coordinates. Blue and yellow make green though, right? So that sure looks like a 7 to me. And I don't see any other number. Okay, and then yellow and red should make orange. That sure looks like a 3. I mean, it's pushing it a little bit, but that's a 3. 7, 3, and then blue and red. Surely that's a 2. A little bit of a stretch. So 3, 2, and 7. I guess we could look up the 3, the 2, and the 7 and not worry about the other. Oh, but we don't know what order. So it could be 37, 2. That makes more sense. Okay, well, we do have a 37, 2. We do have a 37, 2. 37 is this column, and 2 is this column. So that's Alresha. There we go. I should have remembered that this order of these numbers is not predetermined. Actually, the more natural order is 37, 2. All right, so Alresha is where they are headed, is my conclusion. That was pretty cute little puzzle. I believe that should settle that. Let's find out. All right, so I claim the answer to ship is Alresha. Look it up. The answer is Auresha. You order the helm officer to set a course for Auresha at maximum warp. It shouldn't be long before you catch up to Damon Nor. Okay, so we've got our 3 merits, which we've won. We're going to add to our stack, but actually I'm going to trade in 10 for a 10 chip. And actually we can do that twice. 3, 3, 3. No, we can't. Okay. I hope we'll get our promotion even after failing that one. Okay, next up we have another Pathways. At maximum warp, the Radiant catches up to Damon Nor in a matter of hours. His ship sits alone as if waiting for something. As the Radiant approaches, the Marauder's shields go up. They must not have expected to see you again so soon, and unsurprisingly, don't answer your hails. Damon's engines power up, and the Marauder speeds away. As you order to give chase, you see a small shimmer in the blackness of space out of the view screen. Is something there observing your pursuit? Hurry through the asteroids to cut off the Marauder's escape. Okay. Let's hurry through the asteroids to cut off the Marauder's escape. It looks like this one here. All right, let's see. So here they are. We're starting. What have I done? Okay. We're starting here, and we're trying to end here. And we have to avoid the asteroids. And then here it looks like we have a cloaked ship. Looks like maybe a Romulan ship to me. But I feels like we could do our trick again. We could go almost straight across and then up and over and avoid this Romulan ship we wouldn't want to hit into or whatever it is. So I'm going to go straight across and then up again. It feels like we found a way to hack the system here. But there are rocks in the way, so I'll have to be careful. Looks like about there, maybe. Maybe a little bit higher. All right, let's see if we can sneak around to get it. All right, well, we did it. Perfect score. And look, there's that Romulan ship. All right, so we got a perfect score there. We can put this away, go check our scores. So we could win up to 3 merits, which we did. I'm going to actually cash in our 10 for a 10. All right, so we did that completely. It wants us to go read our thing, though, page 70. Let's read how the story unfolds. This was called the Intercept Course, page 76. Okay, we hit any red? No. Yellow? No. Missed the green goal? No. After disabling the Marauder's engines, you order their crew to stand down and lower shields. You reclaim the stolen cargo and report the entire event to Starfleet. Unsurprisingly, the Ferengi government disowns Damon Nor and his crew, saying they're not sanctioned by the Ferengi Alliance. We took our merits for that. Okay, well, seems pretty normal, except for that ship that was cloaked. Captain's log. After turning over Damon Nor and his crew to Federation authorities, I had time to reflect on the cloaked ship I had spotted during the chase. Most likely, nor intended to sell the stolen Federation parts, and that ship was the buyer. I don't have concrete evidence, but that encounter reminded me of my days as a cadet aboard the Euclid, when we encountered the cloaked Romulan warbird. If it was the Romulans, they didn't want us to know they had been there, and following the Ferengi rules of acquisition, Damon Noor refused to provide any information on his clients. All the nonstop action must be taking its toll because my chief medical officer, Dr. Jorana Lay, jokingly threatened to relieve me of command if I didn't take time off. I feel perfectly fit to continue my duties, but it's difficult to argue with your doctor when they are a betazoid. The betazoid ability to sense deception, not that I'm deceiving Dr. Lay, makes it particularly tricky to insist that I'm well rested. I agree to continue my duty time for a few days, to reduce my duty time for a few days, and decide to make use of the free hours to brush up on my favorite game, three-dimensional chess. Computer and log. This is a good example of what this game is doing. Like, it's introducing you to all these little Star Trek lore. The betazoids that have a little bit of telepathic empathy, and then three-dimensional chess. Okay, it looks like we gotta play three-dimensional chess. That's gonna be, but it's using the pathways. Okay. It feels like there's more pathways in this than normal, but we've got 2 left. You learned three-dimensional chess from a Vulcan years ago when you were still an ensign. Since then, you've tried to keep in practice and believe yourself to be a capable opponent. You invite Commander Scott to your ready room for a game. An hour in, the perfect move reveals itself. If you play just right, you could unseat Scott as the ship's reigning chess champion. Move your queen to the 4th board and continue to the king's board to check your opponent. Interact with the 2 board positions to complete your move. Avoid the other chess pieces. So really, this is the chess is going to be a drawing a path. That does not seem quite in the spirit of chess. All right, well, let's take a look at it. So here we are playing a game of chess. Look what she is. She's Dax. What's the Dax race? That's the creature, that's the thing that moves to different bodies when it ends its life. Deep Space Nine. All right, so, okay, this does not quite seem in the spirit of chess, but, all right, there's our start position, and we're told we have to move it to the 4th board, and then, what does it say? It wants us to move our queen, starting here. There's our queen, there's the king. And we're going to check the other player, and there's the king. So you can see our final position. You can actually see it outlined. Our final goal is here. And then our intermediate goal is here. I don't know if it actually allows me to draw these. In fact, I'm sure it doesn't. That would make life a little too easy. And maybe on the other ones, I wasn't supposed to be drawing the target either. I think probably I did cheat by drawing the target on the other ones. But okay, we won't cheat here. So what? We have to jump down here. And then from here, we go over to here. All right, we'll try not to cheat this time. That definitely made our other tasks easier that I drew the goal on. All right, so I'm not supposed to draw the goal, I guess. Although, maybe that's the nice cheating easy mode to, all right, we won't do it this time. We'll see how badly we do if I don't draw the goal. So I just have to jump down onto the other board. Looks like we're free and clear. That's too far. here. And then I'm going to try to go off down here. That's there. That's there. Maybe a little bit more this way. Something like that. All right, let's try that. All right, so there to there, but then my X was a little bit off. That's actually a pretty good jump, but I went a little too far. All right, I'm going to penalize us 1 point for that, even though according to these official rules, I should probably penalize it 2 points because I've hit a yellow. Have I hit a red? Kind of. All right. I still don't know how I feel about this being a playing chess by drawing a path. All right, so I'm going to penalize this 1 point. So instead of getting 3, we're going to get 2. There's a little bit of cheating that goes on in our Starfleet career. Okay, but then we have to go to 77 because of the story we want. You proudly call out Queen to King's level 1, relishing the moment of putting Scott in check. Scott seems unimpressed as she calmly uses her king to capture your queen. Maybe Dr. Lay was right about needing more rest. You'll take her advice before you invite Scott to another game. Gain any remaining merits. She calmly uses her king to capture your queen. Okay, so we didn't actually win. Everyone in our game seems female, let me just point out, except for the bad guys. All the Starfleet seems female. Not that I'm complaining about that, I'm just pointing it out. Okay, that's a real character from Star Trek. Captain's log. A week ago, I was on the bridge when my comm officer alerted me to an incoming message from Starfleet Command. I took it in my ready room and greeted Admiral Nechayev when she appeared on screen. I'll get right to it. You are being assigned a high-level escort mission. Another ship is on its way to your location carrying 5 ambassadors who need to be transported to the peace conference on Babel. There have been some skirmishes near the Romulan border, and the ship they're currently on is an easy target. Get them there safely. And, a mild note of amusement enters her voice, I suggest you find something to occupy their time, or you may find your time occupied instead. You might find your time occupied instead. The next day, the delegation of ambassadors were beamed aboard the ship. I greeted the Andorian, Vulcan, and Tellarite ambassadors politely. I was more eager to see the Bolian ambassador, Vitara Rhett. The last time I had seen her was on Brael, when I had escorted her and her assistant Cermak Napram to a safe research station. It's a callback to a previous chapter. I heard she had been gaining more attention for her work with the Bolian artifact we had excavated together on Nebulia. She congratulated me on making captain, and I was congratulating her on her appointment to the Bolian Ambassador Council when another voice cut in. Excuse me, Captain, I'd like to get my quarters set up immediately. It's been so dreary on that little ship. I turned to the next ambassador, who was also familiar to me, not because I had met her, but because of her notoriety. I greeted Luxana Troy and her valet. Okay, it's Troy, whom she introduced as Mr. Hom. He's a tall, dour being who was patiently holding all her belongings while waiting to be told where to go. I responded, of course, Ambassador Troy. Lieutenant Royce will escort you to your quarters. So is this Luxana Troy? Is that Troy's mother? Is that who we're dealing with? Royce will escort you to your quarters, and sent Royce off with all the delegates in tow. I had hoped it's Troy is from Star Trek Next Generation, and I think this is her mother. I had hoped to stay out of the ambassador's way for the duration of the journey to Babel, but 2 days in, Ambassador Troy barged onto the bridge. Before I could open my mouth, she held up her hand. I know, I shouldn't be on the bridge. I have something you'd like to hear, so let's step into your ready room, shall we, dear? She didn't wait for a reply before walking across the bridge and through my ready room door. I gestured for my first officer to join me as we followed her. As soon as we entered, Loxana started explaining. The Bolian ambassador is not who she says she is. I don't know who or what she is, but she has been lying from the minute we met. I wasn't sure if the captain of the last vessel we were on would take my concerns seriously, even though I am Loxana Troy, daughter of the fifth house, holder of the sacred chalice of Rix, heir to the holy rings of Betazed. But I know you'll do whatever is needed. She could be a threat to the peace conference, and you must find out what she is hiding. Computer and log. All right, the Bolian ambassador, who she's saying is not who we think she is. And that's the person that we're friends with. But the Betazoid people, the Betazed people, have a little bit of telepathy, so she's detecting something. The ambassador. You ask Vitara Rhett to report to the medical bay, disguising the request as a routine health check of all delegates before reaching Babel. You ask Dr. Lay to keep you updated, so she sends the scans to you immediately. Use your tricorder to closely review Vitara Rhett's DNA analysis. This is going to form a word, and we need our tricorder and the DNA filter, and this is worth 3 merits. All right, so here's our tricorder, and here's our DNA analysis module. All right, let's scan and see what we see. Huh. Looks like the number 8, number 15, number 19, and the number 20. 8, 15, 19, and 20. Well, how does that spell out a word? 8, 15, 19, and 20. Or that's just a distraction. And there's other letters in here. Looks like we've got shapes. If you look at the different colors, it looks like there's a black, an orange, and a green. Maybe 3 patterns in each. So that's one pattern. That does not look like words for us. And then there's another pattern. Does that look more like a letter? Kind of, but not an English letter. All right. Well, oh, look, A equals 1. There we go. It's letter numbers from 1 to 26. Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to write it out. Faster to write it out than it is to get my thing. Yeah. NPQRSTUVWXYZ. That's our 26. That's our 1. So 8th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. H. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. O. 16, 17, 18, 19. S. And 20 is T. Host. Okay, good. And that's all revealed here. Maybe we should have guessed that with a range under 26. But okay, so there's the answer, host. So if we look up truth, we should find that the answer is host. The correct answer is host. If you didn't have the answer, lose all your merits. The scans don't lie. While this is Vitara Rhett's body, another being is within it. All right, so we got our 3 merit points for that. Add them to our promotion stack. We used our tricorder, kind of fun, and it looks like we have the last remaining pathway. While you're still wrapping your mind around these findings, you hear your security chief's voice. Captain, someone has activated the emergency medical transporter in medbay. You realize, perhaps too late, that your attempt at subtlety must have raised Vitara Rhett's suspicions. You reach the bridge just as Royce puts a shuttle pod on the view screen. Vitara Rhett must have beamed to the shuttle bay and is attempting to flee. Engage the tractor beam, 3 targets. There are no hazards, there are no boundaries. All right, so that's kind of fun. Each one is a little different, but again, this is reminding us that I did cheat on those early ones by indicating the goals. You're not supposed to be able to know where the goals are. So look what we have to do here. We just have to, my goal is just to put an X in each of these boxes. All right, so I'm going to separate these here. All right, well, this one should be easy enough. That looks like it's about there. And then it looks like if we go down and over and get something like that. That looks about right to me. Maybe this is a tiny bit lower. It's a tiny bit lower. That looks about right to me. All right, let's see how well. All right, that is a success. 100% success. We beamed them up with the tractor beam. All right, we're done with that. We're done with that. No more of that in the rest of the game. All right, let's see what it wants us to do. When complete, page 77. If you missed any of the green goals, our accuracy is off. No. So we didn't miss anything at all. Security apprehends Vitara Rhett in the shuttle bay and takes her to the brig where you can question her. Gain any remaining merits. All right, so we got 3 merits for that. All 3 because of my perfect tractor beam skills. Okay, almost done here. Let's take a break then and come back after 8 minutes. I'll see you then for the finale of Star Trek Cryptic. I was just checking our scores because I feel like I gave myself credit for something, points even when we shouldn't have. So let me just, before we continue here, make sure we got this right. We got 4 points for this, 3 points for this, that's 7. 3 points for this, that's 10. 3 points for this, 13. We didn't get this one. 16, 19, 22, 25, 28. So we should have 28 points, and then there was -1. So we actually should have 27. So 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I must have given us the points for the one puzzle we failed. So I'm going to give them back. Hopefully that won't cost us our promotion, although I don't know. I don't agree with this puzzle, but all right. So if you're watching and you commented during the video that I cheated about that, you can withdraw your comment because we corrected it. All right, it looks like we've got a 2-page big puzzle here. Let's get into it. The being you knew as Vitara Ret no longer exists. She freed me using the 5 artifacts of Belarus, and I offered her any reward. She asked to lead her species to great advancements in technology and culture. To accomplish this, she would need to surpass the limits of her physical form. I offered to give her my strength, but her being would cease to exist. Her memories would merge with mine within her body, so I could realize the future she asked for. You examine the being before you, noticing new markings across her skin that remind you of the symbols you'd seen on the tablet years before. Then you look into her eyes, searching for any glimmer of the Vitara Ret who looked into your eyes on Nebulia. After returning to your quarters, you begin researching the Bolian artifacts and the symbols you saw on the being. You must make a choice to trust the being and allow it to carry out Vitara Ret's wishes, or to distrust the being and try to save Vitara Ret from its controls. We can choose to trust the being with this 4-letter word, or choose to distrust the being with this 5-letter word. And oddly, we seem to have 5 symbols for this 4-letter word and 5 symbols for this 5-letter word. And it looks like maybe we're going to cover up letters to form words. It sounds to me, though, like maybe either answer is correct, and we just have to choose one of 2 different solutions. Is that going to be right? That's a very interesting thing. So I'm not sure there is going to be one right answer. There may be 2 right answers here. Okay, so there's the 3 we could win. I'm going to set those aside for us. And it says to do this, we need these Boolean symbols, which I guess are in here. Little polyomino puzzle. These clearly don't fit here. So I guess it's asking us to, or do they fit? Maybe they do fit here. Okay, maybe they do. All right, well, there we can see they're double-sided, but presumably, well, it's not clear which side we should always use, but let's just see here. if we were to use first of all, let's see. Okay, we're not going to be able to tile we're not going to be able to make a complete tiling that covers everything, but what are we going to be able to do? 4, 5 symbols. Okay, let's see. What is the answer going to look like? So you can see the first symbol of all of them is this. So I wonder if this isn't telling us like the order. And I wonder if the letters aren't going to be things that are uncovered. And I wonder if we're not going to use all of these. So let me say here, if it's true that this tells us that we start here, then the top one would say that this comes next. I wonder if it's RS doesn't feel like the start of a word, but A would. So I wonder if this is saying like start here, then do this symbol. Then if I'm right, this would come next, and we would be looking for what this reveals. AP. Now this is interesting actually, because look, you can see this symbol is the same as this symbol, but the order is different. The direction is different. And same here. So I wonder if this doesn't suggest that this needs to be exactly in this orientation. But then the same would be true here, which would be this orientation. The next symbol is this one in this orientation. Boy, that's strange. And then this one in this orientation. Sure seems like orientation is significant, you can see. But maybe these are allowed to overlap, do you think? Is orientation important? Are they allowed to overlap? But RS, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Because if they're allowed to overlap, hmm. And then this one not used in this? R-E-A-L, real. Is that it? Boy, that's odd. But it does get us a word out of 4 letters. These do overlap, but I think that's going to be required, and it does get these in the right orientations. R-E-A-R-E-A-L. Well, it's a little ambiguous, but let's see. It does get us a 4-letter word. R-E-A-L, and it is a word that feels like it might match, but it's a bit of a stretch. So let's see if we can get the other one the same way. So this one starts here, and then it wants this in this direction, but no reason to think that it should go next here, is there? This one it wants in this orientation. And then it wants this one in this orientation. That's a little annoying. Does feel like the orientations are important, clearly, but starting from here, then going to there. Real or repeal. Okay, those are going to be our, what's this one then? Here, maybe? R-E-P-E-A-L. Repeal. I have a feeling this is right, but I wonder if we didn't get the real one slightly wrong. Wait, it can't be repeal. It has to be 5 letters. Yikes. Repel, R-E-P-E-L, is 5 letters. Reading from top to bottom, R-E-P-E-L. Let me do the first one again and see if I can do it without overlapping. So I claim, but no, because to get it overlapping, how about this? R, that's this one. And this one has to go somewhere. down. It doesn't work. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I'm a little confused. Why am I confused? Because it felt like when I did the second one, we got a clean word out of it. It doesn't use this, but starts here. This went here. This went somewhere. Boy, I wish I had remembered where to put everything. I think I put one in here, didn't I? Oh, this is unpleasant. Oh, this is unpleasant. So what's happening now? You're watching me try to re-solve the thing that I've solved because I didn't write it down, that I don't know if it's the solution. Why does the order matter? And the page doesn't lie flat, so and everything is shifting around. I'm trying to do this bottom one. And I know I got repel the first time, and this one I did without. Why is this not fun? Okay, it's okay. Okay, it's okay. Calm down, Jesse. I'm trying to recreate this one, and I don't even know if I should be trying to recreate it. I think I must have done that. What's the point here? the point is we've got our 5-letter word and nothing is overlapping. And all the pieces are facing the correct way. So to me, this feels like probably the solution. And if we choose to distrust them, we repel them. So the problem then is that this word seems wrong. Why? Because I got this by overlapping. So let's now try to do the first word over again, making sure to keep all the orientations correct. So this is supposed to be this way. This one is not used. This one goes this way. This one goes this way, and this one goes this way. And according to these rules, we are allowed to put something here. Now, what's the order? Well, according to me, the order doesn't matter. Should this allow something to go in here? I don't know. We're looking for a 4-letter word, though. Anything can go anywhere. Doing the first word. Anything can go anywhere, huh? But the orientations have to stay. Not sure those are allowed. If we think we're reading it this way, maybe we can just infer what this is. Looks like maybe, could it be something like, this is not fun. I'm ready for someone in the chat that wants to help. But I guess this is I shouldn't get mad at the chat for not helping. This isn't something that's easy to do from home. So we got the word real, but we had to overlap, and it's intuitively that's surely not what the rules want. It feels like the word might be something like, well, this is trust. Repel. I guess we're looking for something like, probably not real. What would it be if you're reading it from top to bottom? I don't think the order matters here. I think it's just a matter of fitting these in to get a word, but keeping them oriented properly. Rexa. I mean, it looked like we could. Tanisha says the hints are good. Okay, let's take a hint because this is not enjoyable. But it's clear there are two possible answers. So we could just say, let's go with the one we think we know. In fact, let's do that. Oh, but I think maybe we have to answer both questions. Okay. All right. Let me sit with this for a minute. Now, why is this so unpleasant? It's unpleasant for a bunch of reasons, but the main one is it feels like we're just trying to brute force it. Can we be smarter than brute forcing it? I feel like we've... Notice I got this twice, and now I still haven't drawn it out. So if I wanted to draw it out to see if there was a pattern to what order was where, I have fucked myself twice by not doing that. Sometimes it just boggles the mind how much you can doom yourself. So what am I doing here? I've just randomly started breaking rules. I'm back on this first one. Okay, so look, it's clearly not RT, but anything could go anywhere. Feels like we should be able to look at these letters and put together. If we think it's going and reading it down, we should be able to come up with a 4-letter word that is related to trust. It's either RERA or SESA or TETA. TEAM would be something like team up. Can we get that to happen? T. How do we get this E and the A and the M? We can't. We can't get the E and the A and the M to happen. So it can't be team. Repel. If repel is the correct answer to the other one, which we don't know it is. Safe. That looks like a convincing word. So now notice that we haven't occupied this. That seems convincing. S-A-F-E, if you trust the being. Okay, that's going to be the right answer for that. All right, so absolutely the first word is safe. And let me, for God's sake, draw it out so we don't have to come back here and do this again. Otherwise, I'll kill myself if I have to do this again. I'll just draw enough to be able to reconstruct it. Okay, this is our word safe. And notice nothing is in here. So probably our previous solution has to be one where nothing is in here. So we got repel, but I think we may have cheated. Maybe we can still get it again. But let's remember this. And now let's try to do the second word again using these symbols in this orientation. Which is here, but without putting anything on here. Now, when I did this before, I got repel, but I had to cover up stuff to do that. I had to go into here, I think. I didn't overlap, but I had to go into there. And we think now that I probably don't. So where does this go if this doesn't go here? The other one had it fairly tight. Hmm. Remember, they can't rotate. Seems like this is probably on top of this. This has to be this way. Is it this? I'm not even worried about the letters now. I'm just trying to get this to fit. That's going to be it right there, isn't it? This one is this. Like this. Okay. Expel. Not repel, but expel. To kick out. To expel. Okay, well, it's good we re-examine that once we realize that this is blank. Okay, so safe and expel. So we've solved it. Boy, that was stressful. I don't know if I should take away one of the bad puzzle bullets I gave it, because in a sense, we didn't need a hint. And it was only by solving both of them that we figured out the rules of the puzzle. You can see this is a real pattern in this game of giving you puzzles where the rules are not spelled out and where you sometimes struggle to understand what are the rules of the game. I suppose it's clever enough here that there seems like there's multiple words it could be depending on the rules. But when you combine both answers, you get, it seems like, one consistent solution. All right, well, I gave it one bad bullet. I'm going to not give it two bad bullets. I still give a bad bullet for the lithium crystals, and I gave this one bad bullet just because of how unpleasant it is to work with here. But okay. So let's see if we understand what to do here. No, we've got two answers, say safe and expel. There's two separate places to answer. So I think it's only asking us to choose one of these. So I think we've got two correct answers, but this is only worth 3 points. I think we're meant to choose one. So let's discuss which one we would choose, and we'll read that one first. And if it really is a choice, we'll have to just go with that one. So the being you knew as Vitara no longer exists. She freed me using 5 artifacts. I offered her any reward. She asked to lead her species to great advancements. She would need to surpass the limits of her physical form. I offered to give her my strength, but her being would cease to exist. Her memories would merge, so I could realize the future she asked for. We see markings. We're looking for any glimmer of Vitara. After returning to your quarters, you begin researching, and you must make a choice. All right, so if you're keeping with the Star Trek spirit, what do you think? I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. This feels like a little branching point. To me, though, we've seen some Star Trek episodes where especially notice that we encountered the Dax creature with the... Where was the Dax creature with the markings on her skin? And that was a real lesson, those Star Trek episodes about the creature evolving and stuff, and like you can't hold on to the creature that it used to be. I don't know why I can't find it here. I'm sure we encountered one of them. Oh, it was while we were playing chess. Well, that seems like maybe a little reminder that, hey, these creatures travel between different hosts, and, you know, they merge their memories, and this person's trying to save their species. So I say we trust her. Let's trust this creature in the advancements of science and help her get the future. This sounds believable. I'm going to say trust her. So I'm going to look up first the answer safe. So trust should say safe. And if it's not, this whole table of pieces are getting flipped. The correct answer is safe. All your research confirmed the being is a revered and trusted entity referenced throughout Bolian history. If we attempted to expel the being from Vitara-Rhett's body, it could be fatal to them both. You confine the being to its quarters until you can rendezvous with a Bolian representative who will take them back to Bolaris Prime. So that's clearly a good outcome. It says, yes, you made the right decision. So I'm going to take these tokens and add them to our thing. But I think we should also peek at what would happen if we looked up this. Now, I suspect this one's going to say you made the right decision. But let me just peek and see. There's no guarantee it'll be successful. You owe it to Vitara to try to expel the strange being from her body. After a pulsating beam makes her toss and twist furiously until a bright light jumps from her body and disappears from the ship entirely. You're relieved when Dr. Lay checks Vitara and confirms weak life sign remains. While recovering in medbay, she thanks you for saving her from the malevolent entity. Okay, so clearly you could have chosen either one. Whatever you choose gives you tells you you made the right choice. That's just the nature of this kind of thing. Either answer was correct. You could have solved either of them. Feels like we should get a bonus for solving both. And for figuring out that either one of them would win the game, would be correct. Okay, so 2 more puzzles left before the game is over. It took some explaining to make Starfleet understand what happened to Vitara Red, but you completed your mission of bringing the other ambassadors to Babel for the peace conference. After finally debarking the last of the visitors and setting your new course, your first officer reports an intruder on board. The scan reveals the signal is Borg. Yikes. The crew raises the shields and cuts off any subspace transmissions, but your comms officer shouts that the ship's controls are being rerouted to Deck 7. Your engineering team has been locked out of the bridge, so it's up to you to regain control of the ship. Rearrange the chips to regain access to bridge controls. Flip over the cardboard tray to access the engineering console. Place the 4 blue isolinear chips in their start slots. Determine the slots of the 2 orange chips. That's the 2 new chips that came in this envelope. Then move all 6 chips to their end slots. All right, so it's this code. We need the 4 blue, the 2 yellow, and the console. And this is worth 3 potential. So let's clear up our workspace here. Okay, it's the isolinear chip puzzle game. And it says that we should start by putting all of the blue ones in their slots. So 1 goes in 1, 2 goes in its starting slot, 3 goes in its starting slot, 4 goes in its starting slot. Now we have 2 new yellow ones. Yellow chip, isolinear chip 1, yellow 2. It says, determine the start slots of the yellows. Well, how are we supposed to do that? Let's look at our puzzle here. We're used to this situation of not knowing what to do. What have we got here? So we've got some symbol here. And I see now that that matches this here. And look, 1, 2, 3, 4. And here's our 2 things here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this matches this. So we've got our 4 isolinears, 1, 2, 3, 4, but they're not in that order. And here's our 2 orange ones, which are here. All right, well, let's look at this. I see symbols here. So the 4 chip is on the infinity, and the 4 chip here is on infinity. The 3 chip is on the S. That matches the starting here. The 1 chip is on the double S. That matches its starting signal. The 2 chip is on the V. That matches its starting. So what we should be looking for is 1 is going to start at the double T, whatever that symbol is, which is right there. So our 1 chip is going to start there, so that its starting symbol matches its starting symbol. And the 2 chip is on the sigma summation, which is right there. Well, are there oh, there are multiples. Okay. Well, that makes things a little more complicated, doesn't it? So we know the 1 chip is on the double T, but actually there's a double T on every line. Should we assume it's on a double T adjacent to the 2 blue? And should we assume that this one is on a sigma associated with the 1 chip, which would be here? It's to the left of it. This one would be... I mean... Why would B be so sure it would be... Each of these chips, the symbols are repeated in every row, just in different order. So we know the 1 and the 2 are yellow chips are going to be on those starting symbols. But I'm not sure how we know it goes in this double T as opposed to this double T as opposed to this double T as opposed to this double T. Should we instead be thinking that chip 1, 2, 3, 4, and chip 1 and 2, maybe that's more likely. Maybe it's more likely that chip 1 goes in the first row with its double T, and chip 2 goes in the second row next to its sigma. Every 1 is in the top row, 2 is in the second row, 3, 4. Okay, I'm going to make that conclusion. So we know the 1 chip is with the double T. That's for sure. I'm going to say it goes in the same row here. That it goes in the 1 row, 2 row, 3 row, 4 row. I think that makes the most logical sense. Now, next step. Now that we have the original positions, we remember how the basic system works. It says move every chip to its end position. And so the puzzle here is that we have to figure out what the rules are for moving chips. When we do, this gives us the alphabet, and we read off where the 4 symbol the 4 chip is on. We look up where it is, and then we write this in, and we're going to get a 7-letter word. And this here looks like the way we distinguish the blue from the yellow. The yellow 2 is this one. So this is a yellow and this is a blue 2. Blue 2, yellow 2. And the yellow 1 is this one. And the yellow 1, blue 1. Okay. But now we have to decide how to move them. So it looks like it's this telling us. It looks like it's saying pink goes right, purple goes up, blue goes down, red goes left. But I see now. Okay, it's this stuff here. Here's the movement. This chip is going to go red direction, light blue, dark red. All right, let's go do these now. That's clearly what's happening. Okay, so here's our key. Let's start at the top row and then go down. Actually, that's going to be tricky because they're going to be moving. Let's start with chip 1. We'll always do chip 1 blue. We'll go through all the blues because we know those are going to be right, and then we'll do the yellows. So blue chip 1. Blue chip 1 is dark red, teal, orange. So left, down. I guess that's pink, right? Okay, so dark red, blue, pink. Left, down, right. So left, down, right. Okay, now we've got chip 2, which is pink, blue, red. Right, down, left. Okay, so right, but it can't go right. So we know this is in the wrong place. So we're going to take this one out. Or wait, is that where I put it? Here? Yes. Okay, so we know that can't be right. So right, down, left. Okay, just going right, down, left. Okay, now our blue 3 is purple, pink, blue, pink. So up, right, down, right. Up, right, down, right. Okay, that's this chip here. But we've got something here. Maybe it's okay for it to jump over it. Up, right, down, right. That's a weird one. Fourth chip, red, purple, red, purple. Left, up, left, up. Chip 4. Left, up, left, up. So maybe it was okay for this one to be in a slot that was already being used. Let's try it. We've got red, blue, red. So left, down, left. Left, down, left. Okay, well, these are going to be wrong, but let's just do them, and then we'll look at the word it spells out and see if we can make some more inferences. Left, down, left. That would put this one here. And then if this one did start here, which is now seeming less likely, this one would be pink, purple, pink, which is right, up, right. All right, let's see. I believe the blues should be correct. So let's see if we can figure out alternates for, let's put these words in and then we'll figure out alternates. So we've got a 7-letter word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the chips, we know the 3s and 4s are what they should be. So that's a blue 4. This is a blue 1. This is a yellow 1. Yellow 1. This 3 is got to be blue because that's all we have. And then this is a 2 blue and a 2 yellow. These are the yellows are the ones that we have our doubts about. And the reason I know that this is a 2 yellow versus a 2 blue is you can see the little diagrams here match. Where did I take that one from? There. Right upright. Yeah, I think so. Right upright. I think so. All right, let's see. So the 4 chip here is on this symbol here, which is a C. The 1 blue chip is on this infinity symbol, which is an O. I'm going to leave out the yellows for a second. The 3 blue chip is on a triangle, which is an A. The 2 blue chip is on the double S, which is an N. Okay, so this is what we have as our word. Now let's see if we got these yellows correct. Our 1 yellow chip is on a sigma, which is M. M, M, A, N, and then D. So actually we did get it right, but they're allowed to overlap. So there's our solution. The word is command. All right. Well, I don't know how you feel about that one because I don't know how I feel about it. But we did figure it out. I do like that it's a couple gears are moving at once to make all that make sense. Figuring out that this is the movement, and then this figures out where the 1 and 2 chips started. I did like that. And I do like the fact that you know it's going to spell an actual word. So that helps constrain it quite a bit. All right, so this is worth... Did I already give ourselves 3 for this? Is this 3 for this? We'll have to check at the end. I don't want to rob us of points. All right, so for answer console, we got command. The correct answer is command. You input your command codes and regain control of the bridge. The crew were able to lock out any authorized commands, any unauthorized commands. And you order your security chief to neutralize the Borg intruder. Continue to page 63. Okay, so we have one more puzzle, and then we get an end story. But I'm afraid I was premature saying we were going to be done with this session because it's time for us to take another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I'll recalculate our score, make sure I haven't stolen any points from us. I'll see you in 8 minutes for this time for real for the finale. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're just wrapping up for real this time Star Trek Cryptic. We're on the third chapter and possibly the last puzzle, maybe one more after this. And we've got a Borg problem on our hands. Your crew managed to neutralize the attacking drone, but something doesn't feel right. Where did a lone Borg drone come from? Somehow a member of the most feared species of the Federation beamed aboard your ship without any warning, without any sensors detecting it, and without any sign of a cube ship. It's almost as if the drone had been placed there. You spend the day going over everything that happened. At the start of the night shift, you return to your quarters still distracted. So distracted that it takes you a moment to realize that instead of walking into your room, you've walked into a prison cell. You turn around and find the ship's door replaced with a stone wall. The cell's empty. After a few minutes of yelling, it appears the entire prison is empty. You feel around the cold stone floor for anything that would help you escape. You find a torn scrap of cloth in the corner, wrapped around a few sticks. There are some markings on both. Perhaps it's a coded message from a previous prisoner. Assemble and decode the message. Follow its instructions to find the answer. Look up the answer in the hints and answers index. So no description of how long it should be. That's troublesome. 3 potential merit points. I fixed our merit points. We actually currently have 33. I went and recalculated it. So we're at 33, and we're told to get this flexible actual cloth. It's not cardboard. It's not paper. It's a little piece of cloth. Very strange. Numbers on one side, letters on the other, and we've got 4 cardboard sticks that are double-sided with numbers on one side and letters on the other. All right. Numbers going from 1 to 4. 1 to 4, possibly unique. So you might expect that 1 and the 2 would combine with the 3 and the 4 and the 2 with the 1 and the 3, the 4 and the 3 with the 1 and the 2, and the 1 and the 3 there. That makes sense to me. So that each row has unique. And you might imagine that they weave so that you can always see the numbers. In fact, that seems likely to me. So let's see if we can't make that happen. So I claim that we should be able to see the 1, not cover up the 2. So I guess we can do these in order. So my claim is that the 3 will be visible here, and the 1 will be visible. That. And then the 2 is visible. The 4 should be visible. The 1 and the 3, like that. And then this one, like that. And then this one, like that. So each row has 4 digits, like a Sudoku. And now when we flip this over, let's see if we get a message or if I'm completely wrong. Front box corner. Front box corner. Well, here's the front of the box. Front of the box. Do they mean the top of the box, or do they mean the corner of the top of the box? Front box corner. I don't see anything on the top corner. Oh, I do see something on the top, a Q. A Q. I think we might be dealing with Q here. That to me feels like the answer. Assemble and decode the message. Follow the instructions to find the answer, then look up the answer in the hints and answers. So I think it's going to be Q. But I suppose front box corner. Front box corner. I mean, it could also be this corner, the front of the box. Could that be a message there? Seems unlikely. I think our message is going to be our Q here. But before we answer it and then get it wrong, I'm just going to look up the hint and see what it is. This is not going to count against us, though, because I think we've got the right thing. You think you can weave together the pieces, so all the numbers, repeats. All right, well, we did all that, so we didn't need help in that. I mean, it could be at the bottom of the box, but then why would you call that front of the box? I don't see anything on these parts. All right, let's just see if the answer is Q, because I think it's Q who's put us in this craziness. So we're going to look up line and see if the answer is Q. The correct answer is Q. Your mind races as the trickery suddenly makes sense. All right, we got it right. Here we go. Right on Q. As soon as you come to the realization, you're snapped into a new environment, white, spreading out as far as you can see. There's no floor or ceiling, just infinite whiteness. You turn around slowly to get your bearings, and mid-turn a man appears beside you. He seems very pleased with himself as he circles you. Congratulations, you found me out. Honestly, it took you long enough. I was beginning to think humans were as bad as I thought. Jean-Luc set a high bar, you see. The man snaps, and you're instantly surrounded by primitive humans, banging sticks against the floor as they try to unravel the mysteries of a small fire at their feet. You turn back to the man, or rather the being that you're now sure is Q. This is a recurring character in the Star Trek universe of Next Generation, who's almost got enough power like a god, and he plays little games with the crew. There's no, the being you're now sure is Q. There's no picture of him in the Starfleet database, but you and every other Starfleet officer have been warned after his initial encounters with the captain of the Enterprise. Q is a mischievous being with godlike powers and is highly dangerous. Long after your encounter with the Borg on the Euclid, it was determined that Q was the reason that Borg cube ship was in the Alpha Quadrant. And that was the ship that launched the terrible attack at Wolf 359. You glare at Q. Why did you put that Borg on my ship? Q is flippant. Why not? You weren't doing anything important. Humans never are. Get off my ship. We're not on your ship. Q claps his hands, and the primitive humans disappear. They're replaced with a gladiator's arena. Q is now dressed like a Roman emperor, sitting impossibly high up, looking down at you. The arena stands are full of jeering fans waiting for a fight. You shout up to Q, I'm not playing your games, Q. Stop this illusion and get off my ship. Q laughs. An illusion? I think not. I don't use cheap parlor tricks, though, he snaps, and the arena disappears. This time you're transported to a cavernous gold chamber, surrounded by several portals. Q waggles his eyebrows. If you don't want to play games, how about a test instead? Without warning, you're shoved through one of the portals. You hear Q's amused voice echoing in the distance. Nothing hard, just the meaning of your existence. So we have a final puzzle. A two-pager. Recall. Your experiences make you who you are. Now let's see how many of your experiences you can recall, and if they are significant enough for you to truly deserve the title of Starfleet Captain. Do you have the wit to succeed? I'm not counting on it. How many you can recall? I'm not counting on it. Is this going to be our previous things? Oh my God. What? All right. I mean, memory is not my strong suit. This is a weird situation. All right. It says we could win up to 5 merit points. I don't remember if we've given ourselves. I don't think we got credit for this one. So actually, there's our 3 merit points we won for solving the cloth puzzle. And now there's 5 available to win from this one. All right. And then it seems like this would just be a number here. But all right, let's see if we can make sense of this. Number of opponents you played chess with. Why are there greens and yellows? All right, let's just try to fill out this chart here. I'm trying to think, is there a way to do it? Maybe we can use this since we're kind of done with this. All right, let's try to use this. All right, number of opponents you played chess with was 1, right? I don't know if you'll be able to help me with this. If you weren't here for the, if you've been here with, if there's anyone still watching who's been with me for the all 3 sessions, maybe you can help me here. Well, let's try to do this here. Okay, so our second question. The result of analyzing Vitara Rhett's DNA. The last word, I see. Okay, I think this is going to be like, we're going to get letters here. Like, we're going to get words here, and this is going to tell us what letter in this word we care about, and that's going to spell something out. Something like that. So what was the result of, so on our left, we're going to get words, and on our right, we're going to be told what letter to care about. So even if we can't quite guess all of these, we may be able to infer it. Okay, the result of analyzing Vitara Rhett's DNA. Do you remember what the answer to that was? I guess we can allow ourselves to go back to remind ourselves what the length was of the answer. So when we analyzed Vitara Rhett's DNA, we got a 4-letter word. Host is what it was. Host. Okay, and then the number of tricorder filters. We had the DNA, we had an infrared one, and we had another one. So it was either 3 or 4. So I think that means it's either going to be the letter S or the letter T. I'm not sure which. Tanisha says, is it asking about the total number for this or in total? I think it's asking in total. Some of them are in the envelope. I think every envelope but one had one. And then we had one in the beginning. I think it's 3. I think it's 3, which would make this an S. Okay, the last word of a Klingon's insult. That was very early on. Something about smooth head, right? Smooth forehead. Was it smooth forehead? The last word of a Klingon insult. Not as smooth as yours, I think, was it? So I think the answer is going to be yours. Number of rooms seen in the scan of the Ferengi Marauder. It's asking us to remember these, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to look these up if they're fast enough. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be an S. Well, we've already got a problem here now because that doesn't work. If my theory is right, like we're not going to get a word that starts SS or TS. That's confusing, but all right, let's keep going. A weapon used to sabotage the Borg ship. To sabotage it? I mean, we fired photon torpedo at it. Is that what it's asking? Number of Balerian artifacts found in the caves. I thought that was also a 5, but let me remind us here. One of the 5 artifacts. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be an O. we can get enough of these letters, we can guess. The Klingon said your mother's forehead is smooth. It would give us an H. So SH. If the Klingon said your mother's forehead is smooth, the last word of a Klingon's insult. I see. Not the reply we gave. Your mother's head is smooth, and we said not as smooth as yours. So So if it's this, and then 5 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be a T though. Okay. So maybe STO. Okay, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a T, right? Not an H. Unless the number of rooms is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's keep going. Hopefully, if we get a couple wrong, we'll be able to infer them. This is good for Ferengi's business. We said peace was good. Number of Vulcans transported to the USS Euclid. I thought that was, it's either 2 or 3. I think it was 3. Maybe 2. So that would be either an A or an E. STO. That does not seem right. All right, well, let's keep going. The species with cube-shaped ships. Okay, finally got one that we can answer confidently. Borg. The number of blue isolinear chips, 4. Okay, it's nice to have some simple ones. That's a G, if that's right. STOAG. Maybe this is war. War is good for Ferengi business. Then we'd get storage. STOR. No. Okay, well, let's keep going. Maybe this isn't even the right thing to do, but let's keep going. What the result when a replicator was restarted? What was that? That was early on. We restarted the replicator. What happened when we did that? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to remember that one. So the replicator was restarted. I don't remember. Number of Boolean archaeologists you rescued. I thought we only rescued the one. We don't know what the answer to that one is, the replicator. The discovery from tracking Chief Hansen through the decks of the ship. That was the one where we discovered something in the Jeffries tubes and stuff. What did we discover? That they had some way to transport off, or it was here. We tracked his path. Hansen was a Romulan spy, introduced a virus. Oh, sorry. It's kind of tricky. We tracked him through. We discovered a spy. The replicator had a virus, so maybe the answer to this one was virus. Discovery from tracking Chief Hansen through the decks of the ship. What did that give us? We chased him through. Hansen was a Romulan spy. He introduced a virus through the replicators. So what is the discovery? That he was a spy? Do you think that's the answer here? Or is it something we don't remember? Number of Borg drones transported onto our ship was 1. The planet you headed for based on the Himdar's spatial instructions. Okay, that one I remember. It was the F something. It's at the bottom of the box. Maybe I've just been having too many streams lately because I can't say this is super enjoyable. Trying to remember everything. Okay. Alresha was the place that we went. Also, just a little bit hard to show all this. Alresha, the planet you headed for, and the number of Falvarans seen while on Felvar. I don't know, guys. Two? Is that what it's asking for? The how many was here? 2? Maybe the L. Let's just do this as best as we can. And then we'll see if what we can come up with. The clue found while tracking movement in the Jeffries tube. This is this one. It feels like it's the same question. Is this the one that wants spy? What was the clue found? Are we even supposed to be looking for these? Surely it doesn't really want us to remember it. Okay, we're supposed to give it, I guess, this thing. I'm gonna look this up because I really don't. I'm not enjoying this. The answer to this was clue. So I don't see how that helps us here. The clue found. All right, well, let's just leave it spy. Let's try not to get on tilt here at the end of this game. Okay, Tanisha says clue for the Hansen one. The discovery, you think this one, the top one, isn't the word spy. You think the top one is clue. You can't see because the camera, so that would mean this would be a C. But then what is this? The clue found while tracking movements. Okay, I don't know. And the number of Ferengi transported, I think that was 3. I can go and look at that. That was on our thing. Actually, 2 Ferengi and a creature. So I guess that is 2, but I don't know what this thing is supposed to be. The findings from analyzing samples for a virus and the number of ships you captained. Well, we only captained 1 ship. That was this latest one. But what were the virus? What did the virus scan tell us? What did the virus scan tell us? Synthetic poison. I don't know. Findings from analyze the virus. The order programmed by moving isolinear chips to shut down the holodeck. What does that mean, the order programmed? The order programmed and the number of colored stars inside the box lid. That was 3. The first word of the urgent transmission you unscrambled, and the number of screws on the back of the tricorder. Okay, well, the number of screws on the back of the tricorder look like 2. And then the first word of the urgent transmission you unscrambled. What urgent transmission when? Is that at the beginning of the game? Okay, the urgent transmission. So we're going backwards. Does anyone remember what that was? We could recall it. It was... I'm trying to remember how we solved it. You think it was find? Was it find? Find the something? Okay, you think the word was find, huh? F-I-N-D. That would mean the second letter would be here, if that's what we're trying to do. The room Damon Nor lied about that. Okay, that was the teleporter room. The number of rows on panel 451 of the engineering console. Okay, well, 451 is here, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. Okay, so if we're right about it being the letters here, then we should be able to mostly spell out a word, but it's certainly not going to be a 6-letter word. So, and why is there a number at the top of this? Like 1, and then these are words like... It's a very strange thing, but let's see if we can figure out what it wants. Does this spell a word in any sense? Number of tricorder filters. So it's either an S or a T. Let's call it an S. S-T-O-A or E. G. And we get into trouble here. L. We don't know what's going on here. P. We don't know this. We don't know this. Blank, blank. I, E. It doesn't even look close to anything that would make any sense. Like, even if half of these were wrong, it doesn't feel like... And then we've got a 1 at the top. Somehow we've got to get a 6-letter word out of this. So Denisha says find isn't right here. Okay. Well, I'm going to look up the answer to this one. I could recreate it, but I don't even remember it. The answer is... The answer down here was Vulcan. So it was find the Vulcans. So I guess... What are we asked here? Aren't we asked the first word? The first word of the ancient transmission, it was find. The entire answer was find the Vulcans, but the first word was find. So if this is ending in IE, and we know we do feel confident about the first of these, ST, not the weapon used to sabotage the Borg ship. I don't know if photon was the right answer for that. I have to say, I'm at a little bit of a... I mean, we've been playing for 4 hours. That's not a big deal. Maybe the playing live for the last 4 days has put my patience maxed out, but I'm finding this a very unpleasant finale, but I can see how it is making a good effort to be a finale. They ignore intruders. You're beamed onto the Borg ship. We looked for a weak point, and then we exposed the drones to plasma coolant. And then we fired a round of photons. So perhaps the better answer isn't photon, but it's either plasma or coolant. Let's call it plasma. And the 5th letter, PLAS, is M, which is even worse because STM doesn't make any sense. What about this thing, the last word of a Klingon's insult? Is this wrong? Complete the translation of his statement. It says, your mother's forehead is smooth. So it is smooth. 5th letter is T. Okay, so maybe we're not looking for the right letter. Maybe we're not looking for letters here. Is that possible? Is it possible we're not looking for letters? It says, do you deserve the title? Do you have the wit to succeed? I'm not counting on it. So we've got words, and then we've got counting on it. Counting on it. So it's a riddle. Fifth letter of plasma is an M. There's no word that works here. So is it not a word? And why are you starting with a 1 here? Let's try. Okay, first of all, let's just put another punishment here. It's 3 unpleasant bullets, all in the ending chapter here. Let's not, rather than trying to solve it for a second, let's try to reason out what the solution is going to look like. We've got a clue, which is the word counting. I'm not counting on it. How many of my experiences can you recall? Your experience make you aware. Now let's see how many of your experiences you can recall and if they're significant enough for you to truly deserve. So let's say we remembered all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 26 plus 1 would be 27. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 27. All right. Well, 27 as a word doesn't fit in here. So we can't just lie and say 27. But so what is this final answer going to be? It's obviously not going to be a letter from each of these because we've only got 6 here. And we've got 27 questions. I mean, if we did get a word out of these, it could give us any kind of idea, but it can't be the word that we put in. It could just be instructions. But even if you thought that was true, how do you explain this 1 here? Number, 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 number. Like, this is a clue, right? This has to be part of understanding this riddle is why is there a yellow thing by itself here? That's very tempting. That feels significant. Like it breaks our theory of how to use these pairs. What does it mean that we've got a 1 here? Let's say we had this all filled out. And if we look at this, this doesn't look right. Like, I was thinking this number would tell us what letter to use. What if we use this for the words here? What if we didn't have to know these, but we just did this? Tricorder filters were 3 or 4. So like analyzing 3, 4, A, that was the 5th. Analyzing A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be sabotage. Vulcans transported. 3 or 4. And this was 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 cube. Hmm. To me, this feels like the key to us being able to solve what it wants in a way that doesn't involve me getting overcome with rage and anger here while we're sitting here. How could it be? Why would we get a number by itself here? And such an easy answer of 1. Let's see how many of your experiences you can recall and if they are significant enough for you to truly deserve the title. If they are significant enough. Oh, I suppose another way to look at it is that only 6 of these will form a letter, a word, and we would have to figure out which 6, but that just seems hopeless for us. How would we know which 6? Anyone have any idea? All right, rather than try to solve it, let's use our coping strategy, sanity coping strategy, focusing on not trying to solve it, but trying to analyze, brainstorm possibilities. If we knew all of these answers exactly, then maybe we could spell out a word. But my guess is we're close enough. We must get a couple of these right that it seems wrong. But this doesn't seem like a word. And if that's the case, and I don't see any pattern to the numbers, what on earth is the format of this answer? Do you have the wit to succeed? I'm not counting on it with that counting word in a different color. What would that mean? All right, I'm going to look up a hint. The word is remember. Let's get our hint. Q loves introducing chaos, but you can tell this test has a rhyme and a reason. You notice some memories are ones you associate with a word and others you associate with a number. Perhaps using the numbers to count into the word will spell something useful. Well, that's what we tried to do. Has a rhyme and a reason. You notice some memories are ones you associate with a word and others you associate with a number. That's just saying these are words, these are numbers. Rhyme and reason, huh? I don't see any rhyming, and we tried to form a word. If we got the first couple answers correct, it will give us some confidence. This was host, but we're not sure of how many exact tricorder things. So do I have to go through these envelopes to find them? This is unpleasant. I don't want to do this. There's one. Oh, such a sad way to end this game because I was enjoying it so much. Maybe three. All right. Then this question here is very ambiguous. This weapon used to sabotage the Borg ship. the weapon used to sabotage the Borg ship. We're told to expose drones to plasma coolant. And then we shot it with a photon. Is the answer plasma? Is the answer coolant? Is the answer photon? If it's plasma and the number of rooms is 5, which we think it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, assuming main deck is a room, then we have an M. If it's photon, P-H-O-T, then it's an O. If it's coolant, it's something else. I don't want to play this game with you. I don't want to do this. I think the answer to this is 3, so I think this should be an S. This seems like it should be a T. S-T. M doesn't make sense. So maybe it was photon. Doesn't seem like what it was used to sabotage it, though. Would it be coolant? Then it would be an A. S-T-A. If this is war, that's the... This is going to say Starfleet. S-T-A-R-F-L-E-E-T. No. Okay, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. The answer is trial. The correct answer is Picard. An old quote from your academy days comes to mind. You heard it directly from Captain Jean-Luc Picard when he came to speak at Starfleet Academy, and it always stuck with you. You smile wryly as you speak the answer aloud. So this is a quote from Picard. And what is the quote? So we were supposed to get a quote out of this. And then remember that it was a quote from Picard. Where is that? Where is that from? Where is the answer? Please, someone in the channel, put me out of my misery. It's not even going to tell us. What nonsense is this? What insane nonsense is this? This seems to be suggesting that you know a quote from Picard. Okay, there is a way out of every puzzle box, a solution to every puzzle. It's just a matter of finding it. But I don't get it. If this is the quote, Tanisha says, I cheated and Googled it. Do you want to know? Yes, I want to know. I just want this to end. It sure seems like it's this. But how on earth do you get this quote from this? What nonsense is this? And why is it starting with a 1? If we had all the answers and numbers, it spelled out first page captain. Okay, so remember we were focusing on the idea that there was a 1 here, so that was part of the figuring out. So 1ST was supposed to be first. Then this was supposed to be a P, not an O. This was supposed to be an E, not a V. This was supposed to be a G, not a C. I guess we probably missed a letter. So then there's a C. This was an A, P. We didn't know these. I. That's outrageous. All right. Okay. All right. Boy, what a way to end this game. A minute later, Q snaps, appearing next to you in front of Starfleet Academy. He dressed himself in full Admiral regalia, smirking at your frown. You fight the nostalgia washing over you as you look out over your old campus. Funny how you humans obsess over memories. Remembering our experiences is what allows humans to grow. Every day of our lives has the opportunity to shape us in the future. Can you say the same? Q raises a finger. Tut tut. I am the one who asked the questions. He makes an over-exaggerated salute, and you're suddenly back in your quarters on the Radiant. You look around, but there's no trace of him. You hit your comm badge to check the ship's status with the bridge crew, and you're relieved to hear it's as if you'd never left. Only 1 minute had passed since the whole ordeal began, and nothing else seemed amiss on the ship. Captain's log. The lone Borg on our ship turned out to be Q, targeting the Federation once again. Why is anybody's guess, but thankfully no harm came from this last interaction. Really, there was some mental harm. Reflecting over my experiences reaffirmed why I joined Starfleet. It reminded me of the many people who helped me and the many I was able to help as a result. I don't know where my path will lead me, but I'll continue to walk it without hesitation. Computer end log. Well, we ended this game with 36. So we actually still made Admiral. Okay. Wow, what a sour note to end on. We're going to take an 8-minute break. I'm going to try to collect myself. We'll come back in 8 minutes and talk about the experience as a whole. Those of you who stuck with me, who are here for the whole thing or just this last part, if you could, if you stick around and give your opinions, I'd like to hear it. I'll try to not let this last puzzle completely dominate my final thoughts. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll talk about it. Okay, time for some final thoughts about Star Trek Cryptic. Well, it's unfortunate. It really is, because the first two sessions we played from this, I was captivated and I thought, wow, here we're going to have something really special to recommend. A game that was supposed to be too easy, but turned out to have really engaging, interesting puzzles that really did make you think, mixed in with this little activity thing that might be good match for kids, and then all of the Star Trek flavor and lore that seemed like it was written by someone who really cared about Star Trek. So I thought, boy, we're going to have a really good game to recommend. Like, I'm going to be able to recommend this to mixed groups, people who love Star Trek, adults playing with the help of a kid, etc. And I was going to be able to make an unalloyed recommendation in favor of it. And now that's sort of been ruined because I feel like it really ended on a low note. That doesn't take away from lots of the good stuff that's in here. And there is lots of good stuff, and we'll talk about it. But I cannot just recommend it as a good game. It has to be given with a very strong caveat that it gets worse in the final chapter and it ends on a poor note. That's unfortunate. So let's start at the end and go back. Let's try to be constructive in a way. The writers of this puzzle, I mean, these are my personal opinions, right? Different groups are going to have different experiences, but I think, if you look at the totality of this box, you can have sometimes a very hard puzzle in one context, in a context of puzzles that are supposed to be all super hard and obtuse and obscure, makes sense. I'm going to talk about why, if I was the editor of this and the designers came back to me with that last puzzle, why I would send them back and say, no, this does not belong here. So I appreciate that the finale should feel different, and they've tried to do that. But let's look at the ways in which this is a terrible puzzle. First of all, it tells you should remember these. It's not clear. Is the rule really saying you have to remember these? It says, let's see how many you can recall. So are we not supposed to be able to look back? If so, then who's going to be able to answer all these? That seems very, very hard. Second of all, why is the finale a memory game? That's craziness. This is supposed to be puzzles. We're not supposed to be playing memory games. Okay, let's say we are allowed to go back as we were. Then what happened when we got to the end of this is an hour of busy work. An hour of busy work, not thinking, not trying to use logic or deduction, but going back and trying to recover the answers. And if we don't remember, we have to look up the answer. And how do we have to look up the answer? We have to go find the page where the answer is, go look up the answer, and then write it down when we're not even sure that's what we're supposed to do. Although we did figure out right from the start that we were supposed to get words and indexes into the words. Now, if we had spent an hour and gotten every exact answer to all of these things, the number of tricorder chips, I think we remembered that, but then if we didn't, we had to open up every envelope, dump out the contents to find them all. Then there was a whole bunch of ones that were ambiguous. The weapon used to sabotage the Borg ship. Are they talking about the plasma coolant? Is that a weapon? Maybe they meant the photon torpedoes. Maybe they meant coolant. Like, there's a whole bunch of those things here. There's a whole bunch of ones that we remembered. We looked up the page, but we weren't sure what it was asking for. The discovery from tracking the chief, did they want the answer to the puzzle, which was the word clue? Did they want spy? And then here it was again. The idea that you've just given the person an hour's worth of work. Then there's the fact that this question here is, let's see how many you can recall. And if they're significant enough, I'm counting on it. So the question is, let's see how many you can recall. I'm counting on it. And what's the answer? This, if you decode it, tells you first page captain. Then you go here and you see that it's Picard. And so the answer to this question, let's see how many of your experiences you can recall and if they're significant, is Picard? What? That has nothing to do with the question. I just do not understand how this last puzzle got through. It's sort of like, wait, before you like this game too much, let us ruin it for you. A real shame. A real shame. Now we can talk about all the good stuff. The first two chapters were full of intriguing puzzles and sort of in the spirit of Star Trek, the stories. We got a little tour of all the different Star Trek species and villains and different personalities. We met Ferengi, we met Borg, we met Q, we met Betazoids, we met all these different things. We had tractor beams. We had just a whole tour of Star Trek. That was very lovingly done, and by someone who really cares about Star Trek, it's clear. And some of the puzzles were really quite clever. Not all of them, but most of them had a flavor that was pretty cool, where you had to sort of figure out what the game was asking. It was very rarely of the flavor. Like occasionally you got one like this one about this. This is just a pure logic puzzle. Here are some facts. One of these is wrong. That was a pure logic puzzle, but which I enjoyed. But most of them had a flavor of like, here's some information. Now you figure out how to even formulate an answer. And that was fun. And I think it is clever to mix up these puzzles with these activities. I mean, you know, it's not a super engaging activity, but a lot of them had this flavor where we got numbers. We're like, well, what do we do with numbers? Okay, that's enough of a hint to figure out it's converting numbers to letters. And the idea that it's always a word, so you know when you've got it right. Very clever. Now, I'd also say the whole thing about merits and points, so you get penalized if you take a hint or if you get it wrong. I think that's the exact way these kinds of puzzle games should be done, where if you take a hint, it subtracts from your score. You got a little bit of a motivation to get a good score by the final end promotion stuff. I like that. I like it when it tells you what items you need. It was fun that each of the ships had their own little supply of special items that got used, little props. Most of them weren't that engaging, but they created this always a little bit of novelty. They even tried to throw in some novelty puzzle with this stuff. This prop is fantastic, where you slop in different things. Again, just a little bit of novelty. One was a color filter. This one is this line filter. So lots of this stuff was good. Now this puzzle, we never really understood how this worked. I thought I did. I looked it up. Maybe we can look up online and figure out how you were supposed to solve that. I do think, though, that this points out one of the few flaws with this game, which is that frequently the hints were not, and the solution was not sufficient to explain it. That's a miss. I don't know why they couldn't explain it in the hints and solution how you got it. But like with this puzzle, when we got to it, I concluded this was the answer, and I walked through how I got there. And the hint was try to connect it. And then the solution was, hey, the answer is this. No explanation of how you could have come to that answer. Most of the time it's obvious, but this one, I thought I had figured out how it was working. I came up with a viable explanation for why it was the one I said it was. That's a bad puzzle. A puzzle where you could come up with a valid solution with your interpretation of the rules when there's no rules specified is not how you want it to work. So maybe online we can figure out how this was supposed to work. This book was wonderful. I love this idea that you're walking through this puzzle game in a book that's telling a story. Breaking it up into 3 chapters was great. I do think it's dangerous to make a game where you never tell the person the actual rules. But in this case, it was actually the highlight of this game, that the puzzles were ambiguous. The first part of every puzzle was figuring out just exactly what does it want from us? What are the rules here? This one was a real mixed bag. I was getting pretty frustrated at the spatial stuff about this, but in the end, it was a good example of sort of some of the cool parts about this game. You're not told you know their words, but that's about it. You're not told how to use these tiles, what these symbols mean. You're not told what this means, what the rules are for using this space. And eventually, with some constraint satisfaction, we managed to come up with the proper rules 99% of the time. The only 2 times that failed us, really, was the final puzzle and this one that we completely whiffed at, which I argue is a failure of the puzzle. Let's see. Buddha Bell says, I feel like it felt like Q in the end, so I did like the looks, but I am not a puzzle person. I get as frustrated as Jesse. Q did prove himself to be a true villain at the end. I think that's right. Tanisha said, I think if I knew Star Trek, it would have been more fun. I definitely think that that's true. Let's see. I think if you give them fair warning to track their answers, that might make it okay. Maybe if you were to write the answers, maybe they thought we were going to write the answers in these things. And maybe if we had written the answer, we could look at it. But then it should say you can go back and look at it, look at your answers. And they weren't always about the answers. I thought a lot of the puzzles were great. The answers were logical, had a decent variety of puzzle, good use of the box as a prop for a few puzzles. I agree with that. I did not like the answers and hints all being in the back. I do think that was a mistake, a missed opportunity. It was unfortunate. It feels like they could have done it with the answers on the next page. If they had made each puzzle where you turn the page to get the answer, I think that would have made sense, but maybe it's not so easy. Some of these puzzles are only single page things. I think my complaint with the answers and puzzles on the back of the book is slightly different. I thought that generally worked. There was a word you looked up for a hint and a word you looked up for the answer. I did not mind that. My real complaint was that they've stuck in narrative story to the answers. And that was troublesome because I think it did make following the narrative story more difficult, and that was unnecessary. There's no reason that that narrative part couldn't have been on the start of the next page. That's not a secret. So I think they would have been better off to have maybe a separate booklet with the answers and hints that you could look up, and then just let us walk through the book and get the story. So we didn't have to keep going here, going back, reading story that we lost. Once we closed that page, that story element was gone. I do love all the art here in this book. It really did propel the game along. For me, I need some narrative with my story, and I really did like how much narrative was here. Ironically, the narrative got better and better, and got more involved here at the end, but the puzzles got worse. And I do appreciate ending it with Q. I think that was a clever little thing. Maybe the story in chapter 3 wasn't that great. It was just sort of a little bit of everything, right? Tracking this, the Ferengi showed up and then they ran away. And then the Romulans showed up and disappeared. They weren't even involved. And then this person came back and we set them free. It was just tiny little snippets. And then we got Borg stuff. And then we got Q. So last chapter, a little bit of a miss. I do think there were some pretty clever puzzles here. And as a whole, well, the first 2 chapters I would highly recommend. Last chapter, a little bit less so. Quite a bit less so. And last puzzle, I really didn't like. I would sort of give my suggestion to sort of skip that entire last puzzle. So a mixed bag here. I think it started strong. It ended a little weak. If you could get this on sale, I still think this, for Star Trek fans, this is a pretty good game here, especially if you can get it for cheap. Some of the puzzles were really enjoyable. I do think you might be able to play this with a kid, especially if you stretched it out and didn't try to solve it at a rapid clip and you had an adult to help the kid. I think a kid is going to have trouble solving these puzzles on their own, though. But with a little help from an adult, a kid that knows Star Trek and likes it, I do think it really was true to the Star Trek universe, like a tour of Star Trek. Pretty cool if you know everything. Mostly good puzzles. Just can't recommend it unreservedly. I'll recommend it with some reservations. I'll try to do a spoiler-free review of it and figure out how I'm going to rate it and recommend it. But it was fun. It was nice to spend some afternoons gaming with the channel. I'd be very curious to hear other opinions of the game, especially on those 2 puzzles that got us. This puzzle with the maze and the dilithium crystals and the final puzzle. I definitely think that final puzzle could have been solved if we were willing to put in the work. And as we pointed out, we did observe that this has got to be a key part of it, that this number is up on its own. And it was true. It was first 1ST. I'm going to give another little comment here about this. So we started to decode it and we got our first 2 letters as ST. It is not the first time that we've started doing something like this where we're spelling out letters and we look at it and we say, and I say, it's got to be wrong. Something's wrong. When a deeper look suggests that actually it wasn't wrong, ST wasn't wrong. The P was wrong. But even if we had put a P here, I think I would have stopped even sooner and said, STP, that's not a word, abort. Try something else. When in reality, it was trying to say 1ST for first. Now, I think that's a terrible puzzle, but the only point I'm trying to make is it's not the first time that I've started down a path and then concluded that we should stop going down that path. Something must be wrong. And maybe it's a lesson in the future that sometimes even when something looks wrong, you should keep unfolding it a little further and think about ways that it might be right. Yeah, exactly what Tanisha says here. The first probably made it harder because who would assume ST is not the beginning of a word? All right, well, thank you for joining me. Time for me to take a little break. But we are meeting tomorrow to play Improv New York Noir at 1 p.m. Sunday. And then we'll take a little break. I'll try to catch up on reviews. We should remember also, I'm not really a puzzle person, so take my frustration with a grain of salt. But as I was saying, I would love to hear in the comments from other groups who have played this, what you thought of the game and of those two puzzles. I do think if you buy this game expecting to get a super easy, family-friendly beginner game, you might be in store for a shock. All right. I'll see you guys next time.